All right, hi guys, how you doing? So first of all, my first guest today is Richard Smith. Richard Smith is the brand manager for L Acoustics in Southern Africa and basically in Africa. He works for DWR. So basically, one key thing about live sound engineering is, you can do sound engineering for a very, very long time, but if the equipment that you use is amateur equipment, you are kind of considered as an amateur sound engineer. So one thing that I also aim to do with these online mentorship classes is to raise awareness for some of the top brands in the world, so that you know about them, so that when the opportunity arises for you to buy the right equipment, you have good guidance. So please, right now, I would want to welcome Richard Smith. Richard Smith, the brand manager for L Acoustic across Africa. Richard Smith, welcome, Richard Smith. How you doing?
Hi, remember, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. It it
Cool.
is it is it is really amazing to to have you here. And thank you very much for taking the time to come through. So, Richard, in principle, I just want to basically uh, talk about what is L Acoustic, what is that brand, what is their history, what exactly do they do, and who actually uses them. Yeah. So,
Okay.
if you can just talk a bit on that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, actually, I was recently at the ISE conference in Barcelona and attended a function there for Acoustics, who were celebrating their 40th anniversary. So the company is 40 years old this year. It was started by a man called Christian Hale, who was a physicist. He worked at CERN, which is the nuclear facility there in sort of on the border of Italy and Switzerland. And basically, he was a physicist and he was a good scientist, but he had a love of music and a love of women. And he used to have lots of friends in the sound industry, and he used to go to the old concerts and look at the old-fashioned sound systems. And he thought to himself, this isn't working. There's something not quite right. So to give you an idea, I don't know if you remember the old systems like the TurboSound flashlight and floodlight
Yes.
and
Yes. 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 Yes.
Nexo Alphas and EV MTL4s, those type of things, where you had rows of speakers. So you had maybe like 4 speakers in a row and then 4 speakers down, and each speaker pointed to a section in the stadium. But the problem was that the low end in those systems coupled, because the woofers, in each speaker were within a specific distance of each other, but the high end, there was potentially destructive interference. So how can Christian Hale came up with a way of explaining this? So he said, if you have sound in a small venue with one person talking, that's like throwing a little pebble in a pond, and the waves
Yeah.
that come out from that pebble are very even from where the pebble hits the water. But
Yes.
if you want to make that wave bigger, you use a bigger and a bigger pebble, or it becomes a stone and a rock and so forth. But at
Yeah.
some point, especially in live sound, it becomes impossible to get one boulder that's big enough. In other words, so in sound, you cannot make one speaker that is big enough to transport around that's going to fill a whole stadium, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So he came up with the idea, why don't we basically take a whole lot of elements that are exactly the same and put them together to make one source. And that's
Yeah.
how the line array was developed. So he, in
Yeah.
fact,
And
invented the monitoring line array.
yeah, Richard, correct me if I'm wrong, but there seem to be some thinking. I don't know if it's correct or not, or if it's just talking in the corridors, that like L Acoustics to some extent wrote the book
Well, they
for
did.
line arrays.
He basically he wrote what we would call, I guess, these days a white paper on it. So it was a scientific paper outlining the mathematical principles that would make this work. So he almost first did it as a academic exercise, and only later did it become a commercial thing, because he was doing it out of curiosity, just to see that it would work. And there were 5 rules. Which became what what L-Acoustics now call their wave sculpture technology, which basically make the system work. And since then, obviously, many other manufacturers have tried to copy it, and they can copy it to some degree, but there are certain things that are patented. And so, but essentially, they all now follow a very similar principle. But in the very early days, people laughed at him and thought, you know, he was a mad scientist and it wouldn't work. But slowly but surely, it replaced everyone. And a lot of those other manufacturers, you know, they were at the time top of the riders, and they were enjoying great success. And before you knew it, VDOSC at the time became the world's leading PA on riders because it was so efficient and worked so well.
And then, out of interest, in terms of line array systems, is L-Acoustics like the first people that came into the market with a line array system? Okay, cool. All right. Okay.
So VDOSC was quite unique, and basically at the time they were very selective about who they allowed to buy it because it needed a different way of thinking. In the old days, you'll remember when we went into stadiums, we almost kind of, you know, looked at the stadium, and you know there wasn't much measurement involved, and it wasn't very scientific, and so L-Acoustics were the first people to say, well, you have to measure the stadium properly. You have to, because the speaker is so accurate, you now have to aim it at the right place and all of that type of thing. So there was very little wasted energy. So because you can imagine the analogy went further that he was saying with the old systems where you were taking, say, a group of, say, 16 speakers and throwing that sound into the stadium was like taking a handful of stones and throwing them into the water. You can imagine how much destructive interference was happening. So
exactly, yes.
if you were the person having to sit in a seat that was maybe between two cabinets, you weren't having the best sound. You know what I mean? So, and of course the inverse square law, you know, where the sound pressure level dropping at a doubling of distance didn't apply as much with the line array because you were having a different type of wave. That's a whole other thing that we can do in training.
So basically, in a way, it was basically a much more efficient system.
Yeah.
So in a way,
kind of
in a different time, you know. And then right now, so what kind of people uses these products, these particular speakers?
So in the beginning, it was mainly only touring people, you know, people that were doing big stadium and arena tours. And then slowly but surely, Mamma Mia was the first musical to use VDOSC. And slowly the technology got smaller, so people made smaller line arrays and so forth. And so some of the biggest users of line arrays now, besides for festivals and tours and that type of thing, are churches, funnily enough. So we have many clients in Africa, you know, that have big churches or will come and inquire for us, because the thing is that a line array is made for long throw applications. So, you know, anything above, say, 35 meters, maybe 40 meters would require a line array, you know, and especially things, you know, much more than 50 meters would definitely require a line array. So, look, some people are, there was a period when they first came out where people thought that was the answer to every job. And what I'm here to tell people is that even though L-Acoustics promotes line arrays, it's not the answer to every job. You know, each job is unique, and there are different products and different categories of products that will be used in different types of jobs. So L-Acoustics break up their range into 3 different distances, if you'd like, and there are different products in each of those. So what we call short throw, which is up to, say, 15 meters, and then between, say, 15 meters and 35, 40 meters, and then from 40, 45 meters and beyond. And so, the 45 meters and beyond is the line array, basically.
And what are some of the speakers that you have, the flagship and the entry level? Because I think most of the people in this class right now, they are like maybe from church organizations, small to medium companies across Africa, and a few take part in some of the biggest events on the continent.
Yeah. So something that people would know well if they were reading, you know, articles about big artists or big venues is something like K1 or K2. Those are the 2 flagship PAs that would be used in arenas or stadiums. But what has become a Cara is an 8-inch line array from L-Acoustics, and is actually their biggest selling box. We use those in a lot of churches in South Africa and in a lot of medium-sized rental companies. It's something that can do anything between 2,000 and about 10,000 people, depending on. It's very scalable, so that's a very popular speaker. And then what's become a great thing, especially for churches and for small rental companies, is something they call the A series, which is a very modular system. It's like a what they'd call a constant curvature PA. So it's something in between a point source box and a line array box, and it can throw up to 45 meters, and it can be used with like one aside box or up to 6 aside boxes. So it's very scalable. It's almost like the Swiss Army knife of PAs for small to medium rental companies, because it becomes quite affordable. You know, with a line array, the problem is there's a minimum starting point. You know, you can't really use a line array properly without at least, say, about 6 boxes aside. Whereas something like the A series, you can start with one aside, you know, on a pole if you want to, you know, which is great.
Got you. No, I think this has been very, very informative, and I'm really looking forward to do more and more conversations with you. I'm looking forward to come spend time with you, so that you can really show people more of this product, because I know some people have never heard of this brand. But this brand has been like very, very instrumental in pushing the standards for the experience of people of live events, you know. So Richard, thank you very much for taking this time to come through. Yeah, you know. So now, thank you very much, Richard. So now I would like to call my next guest. So my next guest is Kyle Robson. Kyle Robson, he's the product specialist for Digico. Kyle, are you good? Are you ready for me, Kyle? Cool.
Online, yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, cool, Kyle. So Kyle, please, can you just talk about Digico, their history? Who are they, and what kind of products do they actually make, and which kind of people use these products?
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, thanks, remember. So pretty much Digico had started out as a company called Soundtracks. And Soundtracks were renowned for sort of high-end studio consoles. In 2000, they broke away and started up Digico, and they started off with the D series. So we actually have some D series consoles in South Africa that are still up and running and working 100% perfectly today, which is really cool. From the D series, they started with the SD series, and that would be the first console would have been the ST7. So a lot of people get confused with the numbers. And Digico have made it even harder with the numbers with the latest consoles. But ST7 was released in 2007, ST8 2008, ST9 2009, and so forth. And the ST7 has actually been a flagship console of Digico for a good 15 years before it's now been replaced with the new Quantum. And even when I say replaced, they are still used. You can still purchase them. They still requested on riders around the world. And they are notorious for being just a very high-end console brand that will cater, you know, for a lot of the shows that are out there. The other thing that's really nice about the Digico stuff is that the platform is all the same between the consoles. So if you know how to use the baby console, you'll know how to use the big flagship, for instance.
Got you.
Which is really nice.
And it seems like I've noticed on like technical riders, engineers seem to prefer to request it a lot. Like you find a Digico mixer in most technical riders. Why is that? For example, like
the big things that we see of why people enjoy these consoles, and it's also one of the reasons that I fell in love with the consoles. I've been working with the consoles since 2007. And it's something I normally talk about in my training as well, is that when I first jumped on the console, I actually hated it with a passion.
Got you.
There was too much happening. It was too complex. And what I'd learned to love with it is that I started finding that I could do one thing that I couldn't do on a previous brand, which became two things, which became four things, which eventually it got to a point where I didn't want to work with any other brand except for Digico because it could cater to anything I wanted it to do. It's what we like to call the option monster. So you can build it as simple as you want it, or you can go really complex, be able to move things around, have the flexibility. The power is there to do some extreme routing. I mean, there's so much headroom. And the reason they've done that as well, and this is why the consoles have lasted so long. I mean, 15 years for a console. That's a very long time compared to other brands that are out there. They future-proof their consoles like crazy, which is, you buy a console with X amount of channel count one day, and a couple of years down the line, you've doubled the channel count. Just with a little bit of software, which is very nice.
Yeah, and I've seen that with the Digicos. Yes, they are very versatile. You can do a lot. Like you can do a lot. So again, I'll be looking forward to spend more time with you. Come through when you're doing some of the trainings, so that more and more people will get familiar with it, so that when they are making their next purchase, they can have access to one of the best mixers in the world as well. So Kyle, again, thank you very much for taking time to come through today. Looking forward to see you soon. Thank you very much, Kyle.
Absolutely. Thank you, Remember. Thank you, guys.
Hi guys, so that was Kyle and Richard. Kyle was the head product specialist for Digico, basically one of the best mixers money can buy in the world. And also speaking to Richard Smith, who's the brand manager for L Acoustics in Africa. Basically, these speakers are some of the best speakers money can buy. I also see on the questions, some people are asking for the pictures, right? So in my Instagram account, in my link, in my bio, there's a link for a WhatsApp group. So I will share pictures again in that WhatsApp group as well. So with that, that's good. And also, guys, please keep on sending questions. Please keep on sending questions. I will start taking those questions, answering them one by one. Just now, please keep the questions coming. Keep the questions coming. I'm just gonna bring in a surprise guest of mine, guys. G, are you there? G, are you there? Okay, cool. One of my good people. I just want to see if he's still there. G, are you still there? Yeah, I'm good, brother. So I'm just gonna want to say G. G is basically one of the most amazing sound engineers based in South Africa. He even came through today to help me set up, and now he's just there checking to make sure that everything is everything. So G, I just want to talk to you for just a few minutes, G. Like so roughly, G, how long have you been a sound engineer? How long have you been working in the space?
Remember, I would say close to 20 years, man. I started around 2005, as we spoke earlier today. Yeah, around about 2005 is when I started out. Yeah.
Cool. And G, the guys that you have seen who have shined as sound engineers, if you had to break it down to like maybe 3 character traits, what would you say has been like some of the guys who really become outstanding in this work and really excel and really excel with like sustainability? Like if you had to pick like 3 traits, what are some of these things these guys have?
Character traits, top 3. I would have to put attitude as number 1. Your attitude has to be right from the beginning. You gotta be humble.
Got you.
You gotta, you got to take everything in your stride, you know.
Got you.
But like I say, the most common thing that I pick up from some of the top guys in the business that have been in the business for a long time is attitude is number one, the attitude.
Got you.
Number two, passion. Passion, you gotta love what you do, first and foremost.
Got
You
you.
gotta keep learning. You gotta keep learning. You gotta have that hunger to learn more. One of my mentors, Crystal Hutting, there's a
Yes.
saying that he says that when the day comes where you feel there's nothing left to learn, then quit and go do catering. You know, so go cook
I
for
like that.
events. Yeah, if you feel like there's nothing left for you to learn,
Yeah,
then
yeah, yeah.
you might as well quit.
I
And
like that. Like that.
yeah, man. Like if you think, I mean, like I said, I've been doing this since 2005, and here I've signed up for this mentorship class. That I feel like there's so much more to learn, to gain from the likes of you, the likes of Richard, the likes of Kyle.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah.
so I'm always looking to learn and find out what's new. How can I, you know, take it to the next level? You know, so you
Yeah.
gotta
Cool.
have that. So attitude, you got your passion's gotta be right. And then thirdly, I'd like to say that willingness to give back, you know,
Yeah.
as you pick up information, you know,
Yeah.
be open with it as well. Like what you're doing, like, you know,
Yeah.
the way we taking it back to our conversation earlier today,
Yes. Yes.
is
Yeah.
why I got involved and volunteered is that I believe in the cause. You know, you want to give back. I mean,
Yeah.
10 years, 15, 20 years from
Yeah.
now, we
Yeah.
might not be, you probably not going to be doing it in the way that we're doing it now.
Exactly. Yeah. True.
So
True. True.
just to, you know, we want to keep that quality growing. So the only way we can do that is to give back,
Yes.
to teach the
Yes.
ones that come after us. You know,
Yeah.
so three
Agreed.
qualities. I mean, there's a lot, but off the top of my head, I'd put those three
You know.
as yeah, the
Yeah.
most pivotal.
And for me, G, I've seen you in different spaces working on some of the biggest projects on the continent, big in budget, big in profile. You know, so I'm really looking forward to just be having conversations with you. You know, so that other people can pick up some stuff. Because I really believe knowing how a mixer work, knowing how speakers work, knowing how microphones work is very, very important. But now over and above
Yeah,
that, you know, it is the way you carry yourself, the way you present yourself, the way you respect other people as well, so that our
it's
Indians,
ethics.
Africa can continue growing. So thank you very much,
Yeah,
G. I really appreciate taking this time. Looking forward to have more conversations with you. Thank you, G.
of course, my man. We're gonna have plenty to talk about, man.
All right. Bye for now.
Cheers, dude. Thanks.
Okay, guys, please keep on bringing the questions. Please keep on bringing the questions. In a few minutes, I'm going to start answering all the questions that you have sent through. Keep sending the questions. Keep sending the questions. I see them. Keep them coming. For those who are watching on Facebook or like Instagram, the way you can access this class for you to be able to ask questions, there's a link in my bio. That's the link that you need to use to be able to have access to the class so that you can ask questions and I can answer them in the class. So Precious, are you there, my brother? I'm going to bring you on, guys. I'm going to bring on my next guest. I just want to see if he's there and ready for us. Yeah. I see you. Okay, guys. So my next guest is Precious Taiwo. Precious Taiwo is one of my guys. This guy is one of my guys, one of the dopest guys I know. He's based in Nigeria. He does sound for some of the most amazing people from Nigeria. In December, he was I did some shows with him. He was also doing some shows with Davido and also doing some shows with Ashake, you know. So Precious, you know, thank you very much for taking the time to come through, you know. And Precious,
Thank
for me,
you.
my brother, I just want to know, my brother, what is your secret sauce so that, because I see you in all of these, some of the biggest productions, how do you get in there? You know, what do you think is one of your character traits that get you in these spaces?
Okay, I'll just go back to the beginning, right? I started off as a tech, and the first thing I was taught was making sure the console is not the glorious position. So the idea for many engineers is to be the mixing engineer, but I was taught the other way around, to just solve problems and then work my way up to mixing. So most times when I'm on the project, they're not bringing me in to mix. They're bringing me in because they know that if I'm on the project, everything goes well. So not necessarily mixing, just because I probably know how to talk to people nicely, how to get things done, and then I always know a guy. So if something is wrong, I know a guy. If you want a cable, I know a guy. So then the riggers, I'm friends with riggers, lighting engineers, what have you. So on big production whereby everybody's trying to protect their own stuff, I try to make
Yes.
sure everybody's okay. So we try to work in the same space. So if lighting guys have to chill for us to get things done, we talk to them nicely and then we get things done. So I think that is just it.
Got you. And if you are to look at sound engineering through your own eyes, which are some of the topics that you believe a sound engineer need to understand? Which is an area that you believe a sound engineer need to understand? Because, and also our people in this class, they are, most of them, they are beginners. The other guys are intermediate. So like for those levels, so for that, for guys just coming in and guys who've been in for a while, which are some of the areas in live sound do you think technically they need to focus on and build a strength?
Okay, for me, their ears is the first thing. Um, every genre of music are mixed differently, right? So if you
Mm.
approach every music with the same approach, you're not going to get the desired result. For example, if you're mixing for the African band or the Nigerian band, let's say you're mixing a juju band, right? If you mix it with that of with the ear of, let's say, a jazz engineer, what you're going to get out of it will not be something pleasurable, because at the end of the day, for me, I mix monitors mostly. So for me,
Yes.
monitors engineer, the first thing I'll say is learning how to satisfy the band. So as monitors engineers, most times we're looking forward to how it should sound for us,
Yeah.
forgetting
Mm.
what the music actually needs. So probably you
Got
might need more guitars, you might need this, no, but if the
Yeah.
music and the genre need less of that, you do less of that. Then another thing too that is not also technical, I think, is just man of approach, which is very key, because in a show whereby, which we've been in that position whereby we don't have enough time to sound check, we don't have enough time to do everything we want to do, to put labels and icons on things. At that point, if things are going south, the way you approach the musician is very, very, very important. Because my dad will always say, when someone tells you my friend, and when the person that is your friend tells you my friend, sounds differently. So my friend to an enemy sounds like you're insulting me, but my friend from a friend
Yes.
sounds like my
Yes.
friend. So if you're nice and polite to a musician, even when things are falling out, they can understand with you. So I think that is all
Yeah.
sound
Yeah. You know,
engineers need to.
yeah, and you know, on that last point, I totally agree with you. For me, I always say if you build a good relationship with the artists, you know, when there's a problem, it's our problem, and we're all working together to fix it. It's no more the sound engineer's problem and the artist on their side. You know, that whole connecting with everyone, and not only the artists. You know, it's also the guys in production. So that when we've got problems, when there are delays, it's all the things that are delaying us, and we all working together with understanding to support each other. And I've seen you do that very well time after time again. And for that, my brother, I've got high respect for you. So Precious, again, thank you very much for coming through today. You know, looking forward to have more and more conversations. And then you know what, they just something, this is just personal. You know, I like Ashake, man. I love his music, and I'm like, this guy has been in the scene. Is it like 2 years or 3 years or something like that? And his work has
Yeah,
been
he's funny
amazing.
enough. He,
Yeah, his music has been amazing. You know, so for that, you know, I'm looking forward to one of these days to come through to one of his shows. Hopefully you're gonna be coming to SA soon. But if I'm in Lagos on the next show, I am coming through. So again, thank you very much, Precious, for making the time to come through today. Looking forward to have further conversations with you. Thank you, Precious. Bye for now.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna start answering questions right now. Okay, guys, so thank you everyone for coming through into this class. And remember, this class is called Online Mentorship with Remember Chaitezu. And the whole goal has been, like, not many people have access to sound engineers who've got vast experience on like different projects. And what I seek to achieve with this platform, I'm gonna do my best to basically come online once every month, so that basically when you've got questions, you bring them through. Whatever I don't have time to answer in a class, I'll make time, in other days to basically record those responses. And I also feel as though sometimes when you ask a question, you never know someone else has the same question. So through this platform, you know what, there is no repetition. Something is recorded and people can easily go back, and reference. So guys, please keep on bringing the questions. I'm gonna start answering them right now. And also, guys who are in the class right now, I am putting a question under poll. I just want you to just answer that for me. So my question is, did you know about L-Acoustics before today? L-Acoustics before today. So you answer yes or no. So it is there now. You're gonna see it come up now. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. And then my second question in the poll is gonna be, did you know about Digico before this class? Okay, yes, no. Okay. All right, thank you guys for the guys who have who are responding to the poll. Okay, cool. Thank you guys. Okay, the other poll is coming just now. Once it's in. Okay. I am putting the other one. Did you know about? Please, guys, keep on bringing the questions. I'm gonna start answering them now. Did you know about Digico before the class? So all of these questions, they help me create other classes for you. It helps me know what are the needs, and it is easier to manage things from there. Okay, cool. So the other poll is coming. And then also, guys, for those who have not joined, in the link in my bio on Instagram, there's a link in there for a WhatsApp group. So if you are not part of that WhatsApp group, I highly recommend you join in there. So in there, I send in updates and in other stuff, because like there is this particular class, I made a big announcement. Other classes, it will be just in that group. So right now, I'm going to start answering questions. Right now, I'm going to start answering questions. I'm just making sure that my last poll is live. Okay, cool. It is coming. Yeah, save. Okay, cool. It is going to be live just now. I'm just waiting for it to go live. It's gonna get live. Okay, cool. I'm gonna start answering questions. Okay. Okay, so the first question is how do you EQ your toms on a live outdoor situation? So basically, how you EQ your toms on a live outdoor situation or an indoor situation is still the same way. And one of the easiest way for you to EQ your toms is before you even do anything on the mixer, go next to the drummer, hear them play the actual tom, hear how it sounds like, right? And then there are other things on how you actually place the mic, right? But you know, when you place the mic in the right position, which we'll do also examples where I'm going to do videos, you know, where how do you place the mic on a tom, but also this information you can also easily find online on how to place mics on toms. But now how to get the right sound now, it is basically listen to the sound on the tom naturally with no mic next to the drummer. And then when you come to the mixer, when you push in that tom into the PA system, you must at least try to get the same tone you had when you were next to the drummer on those actual toms. What that does is this is if the sound on the tom is wrong by the drummer, when the drummer tunes it correctly, it's gonna sound good if your EQ was just communicating what is happening from the source. So this way of being able to get thing to sound good is the first step, because we must understand live sound is about sound reinforcement. So at the first stage, all we're trying to do is we're trying to communicate what is happening at the source. So that is something that is very, very important. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna go to the next question. Okay, cool. So the next question is how my next question here that I'm going to answer is what are the key things to what are the key things to know about digital mixing console for sound quality? Okay, digital mixers basically in essence they made our life easier because we've got many of those things just in one mixer. We don't need outboard gear anymore. But one key thing you need to know about digital mixers is you need to know what page are you on. You're not just supposed to press, because one of the challenging things with digital mixers, because one button can perform many tasks depending what page you're on or what layer you're on. One key thing you need to understand with your particular digital mixer is just to understand the layout, and then understand how do you get a signal into your particular mixer and how do you get signal out from your particular mixer, and then also have the right outputs in the right places so that you can manage your levels or your EQs, you know, because if you've got a PA system left and right, and then you've got other speakers in the front, is like front fuse. So you being able to have a good idea how to configure your mixer on those particular outputs is very, very important. And then also with digital mixers, sometimes when you don't know, you can think your EQ is working, whereas the EQ is off on that particular channel. So one thing with digital mixers is you need to know exactly what are you touching and what is it affecting and what page are you in. One of my mentors said when digital mixers came in for him, what he would do was he would have a notebook. Every change he made on the digital mixer, he basically took a note of it. But this was like in the early stages of like digital mixers, because it was just because you're having to flip through so many changes, you may forget what you have done. But now more and more people are now kind of like accustomed to them right now. So it really is just understand your mixer, understand the layout, understand what does what, and then use it, but don't use it to extremes. Because the first thing is get signal in, get signal out, and it must sound like the source. Because what we're doing in live sound is we are always reinforcing. We're making what is happening at the source to be heard by many people. Cool. My next question is this. And this is someone from Cape Town just saying thank you. My next question is this: the importance of show files and what's the best way of going about them. So in principle, because before, when we didn't have digital mixers, you literally had to write notes of where are the knobs, where's the gain, where's the EQ, where are the faders. But now with digital mixers, if you've got 3 bands performing, it means if that day is, for example, if that show, for example, is a show for, let's just say, L Acoustics, okay, let's just say music festival, okay, so let's just say cultural music festival. You're doing a show called Cultural Music Festival. So when you get to that particular venue, you need to configure your mixer for that particular event. So for you now, because this mixer was coming from another show, it means you need to reset it and create your show. So that is why you create a show file to save that particular show. And then now, once you have saved your show, inside show now, there's also things called scenes. Some mixers call them snapshots. It is basically now inside the show file. If you had 4 bands performing, band A, band B, band C, you can literally then save snapshots for each band, so that when the show is running, when they say band A is coming to the stage, you can easily recall your settings and everything goes to what it was during sound check when you had a good feel and this is the best start for this particular band. So basically that's it with the show files. So now with different mixers, how they save these files is different. The scope of what they save is different. So this is something that you then need to understand with your particular mixer. What is the scope? When I save a file, what exactly am I saving? So that is one thing that you need to understand. So someone asked, software to use as a beginner sound engineer. Software to use as a beginner sound engineer. For me, I think one of the softwares to just have a look out for is software called Smart. What Smart software does is it is basically a real-time analyzer. It is a software that basically shows you what you are listening to. And for me, sometimes I say to people, it's like if you want to take out a screw, right? And that screw requires a star screwdriver. Getting the right star screwdriver to unscrew the screw is very, very important. So for me as well, as a sound engineer, yes, we need to use our ears to listen so that we can make decisions by understanding how is it sounding. But now with Smart software, it helps you as well, if you know how to set it up properly without bias, show you how is the system behaving. And there are certain curves that are like that show that this is sounding pleasant or this is not sounding pleasant. But with understanding and experience, you get to understand more and more how to work that software. So for me, one of the softwares to look out for is Smart. Look out for that. And then there are other softwares that work as Smart, but it's good for you to start with Smart and then look for alternatives if you don't have enough money to pay for that particular software. But personally, that's the software that I use among all the other softwares that I use. But I think that's a good start to start your homework on it. Now, my next question is, how do you go about dealing with the low end between the bass guitar and kick drum? So basically, in principle, the kick drum and the bass guitar, when they are all populating the same frequencies, there's something that happens that is called masking. You lose definition. So in principle now, the kick drum is more about hearing the attack and the beat of the thumb. Those are the key things. And the bass guitar is about hearing the body of the low end. So basically with that understanding now, it then means in terms of as a basic principle, because even if you go to a bass guitar player, when you hear him play and you go to a bass combo and you listen to the bass amp, you hear how it rumbles. If you go to a kick drum, it goes like pop, boom, it doesn't go, that is what you then do when you're doing creative EQ. So like at the starting point, if if you are able to hear the kick attack and then hear a bit of the thump, that is good. In the bass guitar, you're supposed to hear the whole body of like low frequency. You know, if you start off like that, that is a very good starting point for you to be able to hear the kick drum in the bass guitar. One of my mentors taught me that, you know what, when he does sound check, he brings in the drummer and he brings in the bass guitar like 20 to 30 minutes earlier before the rest of the band, because he understood when you have your nice balance between those key elements on the low frequencies, it really serves as a very, very good foundation for the rest of your mix. Now, the next question is, how do you get separation between instruments? So basically, in principle, one tool that we use in sound engineering to have separation between instruments in a mix is basically EQing, right? So EQing, for example, if I have, let me just say I've got 40 people singing and they are holding microphones, for example, right? How do you hear all these 40 people sing and they sound like one voice? So one of the key things then with EQing is I try as much as possible to remove frequencies that voices do not populate. Like, for example, one of the simple things on a mixer is a high pass filter, you know, so it's activating a high pass filter, and then when I listen, I hear, okay, cool, there's a bit of muddiness. These frequencies are making the vocals not to be clear. I take those down. So with that kind of EQing, I'm doing corrective EQing. I'm trying to make the mic communicate what is coming in that particular source of the mic. And most of the times when I do things like that, I can literally have 24 mics EQ'd the same way, but they sound different because the voice that is going into that mic is the one that is being communicated. And with my EQing, I've mainly first removed coloring of that sound that does not belong to a human voice. So that is something like on voices. So now with the same thing, when you go to an electric guitar, you go to an acoustic guitar, you go to keyboards, when you listen to those particular instruments, you know, you listen to them individually, you can hear which frequencies they populate the most, you know, and it's literally then making sure that those are the areas that you have them shining the most. Like for example, the ability to use things like high pass filters and low pass filters just on channels, knowing that this particular instrument will never play anything below 100 hertz. So you've got your high pass filter. This particular instrument, you know what, I'm gonna cut it off at 16 kilohertz. That's a low pass filter so that it doesn't sound too harsh. Just knowing how to use those things, it also helps to make also your mix shine as well. Okay, cool. Now let me look at the next question. I would like to ask, how do you design and tune a sound system? So how you design a sound system is dependent on the software for that particular system. So different brands, it could be L Acoustics, it could be DMB, it could be JBL, it could be Martin Audio, it could be EV, you know, all of those different brands, they've got their own softwares for designing. And this is basically you knowing, okay, cool, if I place my speaker here, how is it going to work in this particular venue? How is the coverage going to be? So that is what you use the software for. So it means before you place the speaker in that particular room, you really have an idea how is it going to basically respond. You know, how is the coverage going to be? So there you can then make great decision. So I'm going to give you an example. In December, I was doing an event in Nigeria. This venue, I think, was like 40 meters long. And then the speakers I had in this particular venue, I then said, like, you know what? I want them to cover only 35 meters of this venue, because the last part of this venue were bars. So I was like, no, I don't want these speakers to be too loud where someone is by the bar and they're trying to order something, you know, like it can also be, I've done also events where I know there's a wall at 40 meters. So at least So at least by like 39 meters, I want this system not to focus too much energy there. So all of that now, it's easier to then do in that particular software. Now, when it comes now to tuning a sound system, that one now it is about using softwares like Smart. It is also simple things of like, you've got a song that you know, so this way it's called using a reference song. So for me, I use a song by John Legend, All of Me, and I use a song by this other guy. I forgot his name, but the song is about once I was a young boy, whatever, something along those lines. So these songs, they John Legend's song is very strong on the vocal. So when I play that song, if the system is sounding harsh, I know it's gonna sound harsh, so I can tone it down a bit. If it's sounding muddy, that's where I hear it. The second song, when I play it, it is vocal and low end. Then there I can hear the ratio between the bass and the high end as well. So it helps me balance. So with tuning after Smart, and I play my reference songs, it then gets me in the right place. Yeah, but this is just an overview, and as more and more as we do these conversations, I would then have like separate conversations on these particular topics so that I can elaborate on them and take you step by step. And cool. So now the next question is how to match all vocalists key, or how to make the sound gel, how to match all vocalist keys. Okay, cool. So how you can match vocalist keys is through auto-tune if they can't match themselves to the keys. So that is one way to do it. Okay, cool. And how to make the sound gel, it all comes back to what I said earlier about EQing. And also it also helps when your band is also a good band that also knows, how to arrange their music very well. Cool. The next question is how can I glue my backing vocals to sound like they are on the same level? One of the ways to glue sound together, one of the things that we use are called compressors. Compressors manage dynamic range because, for example, vocals, if some people don't maintain their level very well, if they sing just too loud or too low, they also get lost. But because they are backing vocals, you also want them to sound like one unit as well. So using things like compressors, they also help you, to become the glue. And also compressors themselves as well, there are also different types of compressors. Some are like very transparent, some are like more like gluey, so it is really knowing which type of compressor is what to use. But the key thing to understand is one of the tools that you can use to glue your sound is called compressors, and that is a very good place to start and see the different tools there. And again, guys, thank you very much for coming through. Guys who are watching on Instagram, guys who are watching on Facebook, thank you very much. I'm going to go offline in about 10 minutes. So if you wanna submit a question, I might not answer it in the next 15 minutes, but I'll make time to go through all the questions and answer them. Use the link in my bio to get into the class and submit your question, and I will get to that question. Okay, guys, now the next question is this: how does one join the corporate side of sound engineering, whereas they have no qualifications and have been doing sound engineering for years, a lot of exposure, no written CV? How and can they land a role, say, in a big AV companies? So someone is okay, cool. So basically, for you to work for like big companies, someone has to refer you. Those are like some of the things. Someone has to refer you. But also, if you reach out to these companies and you have experience and your work speaks for itself, there's a chance that they may give you an opportunity. But there's also one of the ways that I've heard that other people have gotten into some of the biggest companies. It is through just arriving at a door. you knock the door, you say you're a sound engineer, you say you're available, and then they'll say, sorry, right now we've got our own guys. And then you say, okay, guys, am I able to come help out in your warehouse? You know, you don't have to pay me. You know, can I come and help out in your warehouse? You know, if you've got, you know, some form of a track record, someone knows you, you can say what you have done. Sometimes, you know what, the door opens, you get in, you start helping out, whether it is cleaning equipment, fixing cables. And for me, I always say, when you help out like that at a warehouse, there's always a day when everyone is not available and they need another guy to go do a job. That's also your way in. But some people, they just want to get into a big company, and you want to get in as into a big company, and you want to be recognized already as someone who knows what they're doing. And things, you must understand, the bigger the company, the higher their reputation as well. So they won't really just take a chance on someone that they do not know and also does not have a reputation, and also no one who's reputable is also recommending them. So really, it's just getting yourself in this space. And for me, this is what this online mentorship is about as well. If you attend enough of my classes, if you come help when I set up, if you watch all the videos, if you engage with all the stuff, if you get in touch with me and you show me what you are doing, you know, I'm like, if you tick all the boxes, I will not mind even make a recommendation, you know. Yeah, so that's the answer on that. Now the next question is, how do you mix your drums in an online live stream? So basically, when you are mixing things for a live stream, or you're mixing things for TV, one of the key things is managing dynamic range. You need to know your levels. So for example, your drums can sound amazing in the PA system. If your feed to stream, you know, if you're driving your things too hard, if your loudness level are above what is recommended by the particular place where you're streaming to, all of those things have effects on your sound, because those streaming places, they also have their own systems in place that basically starts managing the levels of your sound. So which means if you are running too loud, you're going to lose dynamics. When you lose dynamics, things don't sound well. It just sounds like flat. It's just a mishmash of things. So that's something to look out for. And as much as possible is have a different mixer to mix a live stream. This is also one of the best ways. So this way now, you're not trying to balance sound in the venue and also trying to balance sound for the live stream. But in the event that you don't have that ability, one of the things is basically have your separate output for live stream that you can control the levels on. Some people, they go on a live stream, they are sending left and right to the PA system, and they're sending again left and right to the live stream. Now, if it is too low inside the venue you're in, you push it loud for it to be good in the venue, but now on the live stream, it is bad already. So it's really just understanding those particular dynamics. So the next question is this. Hello, say, I'm 17 years old. How do I go about deciding what speakers to buy permanently for our church? So one of the key things in deciding what speakers to buy, for me, I always say, always know what are some of the best speakers in the market. Today, for example, we were talking about L Acoustics. You know, just kind of, you know, do your own research, go on the internet, it's free. You know, go on the internet, it's free. You know, see with the kind of speakers in terms of size for your church. Is it a church for 100 people, 200 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people, 20,000 people? See which kind of speakers work in that particular space, right? Just know, okay, this is the best in class type of PA to use. Okay, cool. How much does it cost? Okay, cool. You know, and then you see with your church, do they have enough money to pay for this kind of speakers that are flagship? If not, there are different options. But this is why also I am here. Okay, cool. So the first question I'm going to answer right now, there's Emmanuel just asked, is it possible to use Klang technologies for in-ears on a PreSonus Series 3? I think that's the model of the PreSonus mixer. So basically, for those who might not know, Klang Clang Technologies is a monitoring system that has the ability for someone to be able to listen in 3D. So yes, it is possible for you to use that system with a PreSonus mixer, because for you to basically use the okay, guys, I see you guys at backstage. Guys, I've got some amazing people just waiting who are my special guests. Dio, if you can just mute your mic for me for a second now. Cool. Thank you. Okay, cool. So I was just talking about the Clang system. It's basically a monitoring system. And yes, you can use that system with any mixer. You can even use it with an analog mixer as well. It is just really a matter of how do you patch into that system. So with like a PreSonus, for example, it's either you can go analog out into a system that can convert that into Dante. If PreSonus does have Dante cards or is Dante enabled, you can basically convert that into Dante, and then you get into the Clang system. So there is a way. And for you and Manuel, as we talk further and we speak about your particular situation, we can actually address that, and then we get into that. So right now I'm just gonna bring some of my special guests onto the table. So I'm gonna bring in. I got some amazing people here. So I'm gonna bring in Dio. Dio, my brother, you are now live on stage. If you can just switch on your mic for me. Cool.
I hope you guys can
So
hear me
that
very
I can.
well.
Bros, we can hear you very well, you know. So this
Okay.
is Dio, one of my guests I'm gonna bring in tonight. Dio is the front of us sound engineer for Burna Boy. And Dio, bruh, I've been seeing you've been doing some really crazy shows, you know, like it's super dope, you know. So
Thanks,
so
guys.
so yeah, man. So I just want you to just speak a bit on how the ride has been, you know, working with Burna Boy over the 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 past year, 2 years, whatever, you know. How has it been? Because there's been like a really big shift or big move in how things are happening with African music right now, and you've been one of the guys like right there, you know, riding the wave. Can you please just let us know how that has been? And guys, if there's anyone who wants to ask Burna Boy sound engineer any specific question, please type it in the Q&A. But Mr. Dio, please just tell us how is it been things right now with this wave.
Good evening, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. I can see my guys, Precious Towel, Kelvin, waving to you guys backstage. Well, if there's anything that comes to mind when it comes to where we were and where we are, if anything you're gonna move on, take away from this whole conversation today, is what I call continuous improvement. It's a project management term. When if you build an iPhone, you have what you call iPhone 14 now. But iPhone started from when iPhone started, there was no iPhone 1. It was just iPhone. But as it went on, it became iPhone 2, iPhone 3, 4. I think they did 8 and then went to 10. I don't think there was ever an iPhone 9. And also, if you check the same iPhone, even when you have an iPhone 14, you get updates. You say, oh, iOS 13 points, this, and then 2 weeks later you have updates. Then you get into the apps, and apps are the ones that like destroy your data most, because your whatever app you're using, maybe your Spotify today, by next tomorrow you have another update on the Spotify app, which is like another 300 meg. Then next week you have another update. So in agile project management, it's called continuous improvement. And I believe that anybody who's listening tonight, if you're going to take anything out from what I say today, is that statement that says continuous improvement. Do not be satisfied with where you are today. It's as simple as ABC. And especially for us and the Burna Boy team, the way we look at it is we see a problem, we solve it. And from every solution comes an idea, right? From every solution comes an idea. So if you're looking at, okay, the snare didn't sound right today, what's the option? What can I do to make the snare sound right? I said, okay, can we change skins? Can we change microphones? So it's all about solving that problem that you had today to make yourself better. Now, tomorrow, because you solve your snare problem, does not mean you would not have a floor tom problem tomorrow. And then you find what's the best solution to solve the floor tom problem, and then you solve it. So as you're going along every day, each time, you realize that the more you solve problems, the more problems come, but the better you become, the more you solve problems. I don't know if I'm explaining myself well here. So for me, it's the shift. I think you're muted. Remember?
Yeah. It's cool. I was like, no,
the shift.
that is point on. Yeah.
Yeah. The shift for us has come from the fact that we are never satisfied with what we did yesterday. We had a show at Afro Nation in Portugal yesterday, and as I'm speaking to you, I'm in the dressing room right now. We have a show in Denmark, almost 24 hours later. But between the travel period that we've traveled and we're back, the travel period that we're back, we've had conversations of what we were not happy with yesterday and what we can make it better today. You know, and I'm sure we have another show on Saturday. The same thing will happen. So never be satisfied with where you are at, because like Remember said, there's a big shift in African music. People are beginning to recognize African music, and it's important that we all keep abreast when it comes to information, when it comes to technology, when it comes to human relations. You know, as engineers, we relate with humans as much as possible. So don't just learn the mixer. Let's say if you're going for a course on human relation, if there is a short course on how to relate with humans, how to treat people. Because when you're going on tour, you're going to go on tour with different people. You're going to go on tour with male, female, straight, bent, gay, whatever, you know. And it's what makes you a better person if you're able to relate to other people. That would just be my own small pep talk.
100%. So my brother, before I let you go, right? I just want us, like in like a minute, just give me how your front of house setup looks like, just out of interest. You know, just to just give a small picture to how like such a front of house at your level looks like. You know, just to paint a picture for some people.
Oh, sorry. Let me see if I can share a picture real quick. I think that might make things easier. Just hold on 1 second.
Just see if you can say shit. Yeah, let's see how Mr. Dyer's front of house looks like. You know, what is there? What are the toys there? And now I've completely lost your camera right now. Okay, cool. He is gone off completely, so I'm gonna wait for him to come back in. So what he was saying was basically, as a sound engineer, there's something about continuous improvement, even as an artist. So it's just understanding that if you do something today, there has to be a continuous improvement, you know, and that is something that is very key. And you also spoke about being able to relate with people. It's actually a very, very key attribute that one needs to have, because you must be able to communicate with people. Someone said you must be good but you must also be good to work with, because some people are just good, but they're not good to work with. So people will kind of tolerate them, but then at the end of the day, when they find another option, they will then just use another option. So for me today, I've got Kelvin. He's a sound engineer based in Nigeria, and he's also a director of one of the the biggest companies there that work on some of the biggest projects in Nigeria, from TV shows to concerts. So welcome, Kelvin. Kelvin, I've just brought you to the stage.
Hey man,
Yeah,
thank you
man.
so much for having me tonight. Remember, I must say you're doing a fantastic job, and you're inspiring a lot of us. You're inspiring the present generation, the next generation, and the next generation. Because I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
any content that is being done on TV stays for a lifetime. So thank you so much for having me here today or tonight.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, man.
Thank you, brother. And
Yeah.
it's so amazing, right? So I was saying to someone earlier, I said to myself in one video that I recorded a long time ago, I said to myself, 100 years from now, I just want to be
Hmm.
part of those people who were basically key in pushing the standards across
Hmm.
Africa in terms of technical excellence. And I believe this platform of the live mentorship classes is a place where we're going to have different sound engineers across Africa, or artists,
Hmm.
anyone who is part of the ecosystem. They can come in, they can ask
Hmm.
questions, and we'll be
Hmm.
able to give them guidance. So for me,
Hmm.
Kelvin, what I really want to get into, I know currently you are touring with an artist from Nigeria. I believe it's called CK, and
Yes.
also you've got vast extensive experience of working on some of the biggest shows in Nigeria. And right now, with no doubt, Nigerian music, Afrobeats, is doing amazingly well around the world.
Yes. Yes.
And I think it is quite cool to be like based in the place where it is the heart of all of this is happening. So for
Yes.
me, one of the first things is, I just want you to share a bit about your background, right? And right now it's really not going to be too in depth, because we're going to have other conversations around this. But I just want to
Hmm.
know, what do you think are some of the the key attributes that you think you possess, that you'd recommend other people, be it sound engineers, that you'd recommend they need to possess to be able to work at some of the highest level
Hmm.
on projects and productions? What would you say are some of those factors?
Okay, so I'm gonna just try and break it down in five categories. As I remember on the top of my head, number one is establish trust with your clients. Number two is communication. You got to have that communication skills. It's been something that I've battled with for a very long time. I'm always behind the scene, like a lot of people don't even know me, but I mean, at the end of the day, we're all here to work. We have to deliver and all. But, in the midst of that, it's always important to be as visible as you can, on the day to day. The third would be anticipate their needs. It's always important to um, think into the head of your client. Have a conversation with them, know what is their needs, and find a solution to their needs. There's nothing like you can't buy anything outside than providing, bringing value on the table. It can't be bought. The fourth one would be a problem solver. I mean, if you're able to anticipate client needs, of course the next thing is for you to be able to solve their problems. And the fifth one will be collaboration. I mean, collaboration is very key. It's very essential. The reason why myself and Remember can be on the same table today is because of collaboration. And I think the world is becoming a better place with different people collaborating, and bringing magic on the table. So I would say all of these five things are my go-to ways, in handling business for the past years. I've been doing sound and being a business owner. Yeah.
Got you. And now, please tell me. I think like 2 weeks ago, or something. I think you were in Switzerland. Where were you 2 weeks ago,
Yes.
or
I was
3 weeks
in
ago? Yeah.
Switzerland. Yeah, I was in Switzerland for a festival with CK. It was really, really amazing. I had a very, very good time, wonderful time. And for me, the most important thing, like I said, collaboration, it's very, very vital. You go out there and see how things are done differently. You can never be a one man island. You can never know it all. Every day is like you're starting a new school afresh. People have different approach, different method to solving problem, and it can never always be your own way. If it is your own way, then I guess you would only be the richest person in the world. But there are different rich people all over the world who apply different processes in achieving results. So it's always very key to leave your comfort zone, go out there, mingle with different top engineers, technicians, directors, and all. Yeah. So
Yeah, yeah,
so yeah.
and for me, one thing for me is always understanding. The more you mingle with different sound engineers, is the more you understand
Yes.
and learn different
Exactly.
philosophies. Because
Yes.
sometimes the best solution is Kelvin's idea. Sometimes the
Mm,
best solution is Remember's idea. Sometimes the best
mm,
solution is Precious' idea. Sometimes the best
mm,
solution is Alex's idea. Sometimes the best solution
mm,
is Susan's idea, Sandra's idea.
mm,
And
mm.
understanding and having an open mind to basically
Yes.
see people do their own part in their own way
Yes.
without forcing your way. You get to also
Yes.
explore other ways. And as far as
Yes.
sound engineering is concerned, especially live sound, it's like a team effort. It's a collective effort.
Mm.
There is no
Yeah.
ways you wanna design the system, you wanna patch the system, you wanna tune
Yeah.
the system, you wanna mix the system. I'm like, you
Exactly.
wanna plug in, you wanna you
Yeah.
wanna plug in every cable. I'm like, it's just
Mm.
too much work to do as a
It's
person,
too much
even
work.
if you can
Yeah.
do it, even if you've got the
Yeah.
ability to do it, but it's
Yeah.
just too much work. You end up being
Yeah.
so tired, so drained, and there's no ways
Yeah.
you can do back-to-back events, and
Exactly.
the ability just to be able to basically open up your mind and let
Mm.
everyone do their part, I
Mm.
think is really key.
Mm.
So
Mm.
so so I really
You
like
know,
what you're saying on that. Yeah.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, the past few months, touring and traveling and working with different people, I've learned so many things. I've learned that sometimes listening to people goes a long way. Sometimes the same approach you've been applying, there are different approaches and different ways that makes it sound better. As a matter of fact, I do not believe that my own way is the best way. My
Yeah.
last trip I had in Switzerland, um, after CK's performance, I had to even stay back, just to listen to other different people mix, just to hear
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
dynamics of the different songs and the different mixing. And I got schooled. And since then, when I got back to Nigeria, I've been practicing like, every day it's
100%.
been
Yeah.
me in the house applying different things. So it is a key factor, to always, try to see what, people do,
Yeah,
outside,
yeah, yeah.
and how they do stuff.
And that thing of saying of like in the house, in my place for the
Mm,
since like January, I've got an
mm.
S21 mixer set up. I've got L acoustic 50-inch sub set up. I've got an L acoustic
Yeah.
8-inch sub set up. I've got an LA4 M set up. I've got like my effects or whatever plugin stuff set
Yeah.
up, and I'm even playing through tracks, playing through
Mm,
tracks, playing with
mm.
different setups, different signal flows,
Yeah.
just to see
Yeah.
what is the best way to be able to express things.
Mm,
So so
mm,
so 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 there I really, really agree. And Kelvin,
Yeah.
I know we're gonna be having different conversations, and I'm looking forward to them. And I thank you again for making the time to be here today. So we are
Thank you
going
so
to
much for
reschedule
having me.
the yeah, we're going to reschedule the class in like maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I will know the actual date
Hmm.
when I check my calendar. But dude, it's
No
been
problem.
amazing. And you know what? Keep on
Thank
doing
you
the
so much,
amazing work.
Oliver.
As you go
Thank you.
out into the different parts of the world representing Africa, man. I'm like,
Thank you so
keep on
much.
doing an
Thank you so much.
amazing job, man. As we as
Thank
we
you.
as we show the world
Yeah.
an expression of our expression in Africa. So I
Yeah.
thank you, brother.
Yeah. Yeah.
Keep on the amazing work. Thank you, brother.
Thank you. Also, we want to say thank you too, as well, for this you've put together. Thank you for everyone that came in earlier on. And I want to say apologies for whatever that happened. And hopefully it's going to get better. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Exactly, and
Yeah.
and the thing with live events, right? It's like sometimes it
Yeah.
doesn't go right,
Yeah,
because
sometimes.
it all happens, but it all happens real time, right?
Yeah,
But
real
you
time.
have
Yeah.
to be ready for the worst case
Yeah.
scenario. Like today,
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah.
guys, if it does not work, we're gonna
Hmm.
record something, and that's what we did today.
Exactly.
We are making something happen, and then
Yes.
from today we learn something and we apply it
Hmm.
next time. And as we
Hmm.
do that, we become better,
Hmm.
things become better,
Hmm.
because can you imagine you are having sound engineers set up cameras,
Hmm.
set up lights, gotta set up a live stream to multicast,
Yeah.
gotta set up, I'm like, dude, it's a
Yeah.
lot. But
Yeah.
we do
Yeah.
believe, because we have started, we're gonna have
Yeah.
other people, come onto the
Yes.
party, and be part of the team to help do all of this work, so that it is not too much load on any one person.
Hmm.
Because at the end of the day,
Hmm.
we do know across Africa there are other people who would want to come into this space,
Hmm.
and just a little guidance here and there will help them
Yeah.
accelerate their
Yeah.
process, so that they can be the next biggest thing. Because we know,
Yeah.
our lives, they are seasons of life. We are here
Hmm.
today in this generation,
Hmm.
the next generation
Hmm.
is coming. And I think
Of
in
course.
like in like the developed markets, one thing that they easily do is skills are transferred from the generation before to the next generation. And here in Africa, most
Yes.
of the time, most people are just learning on their own. And then
Yes.
sometimes it means what you're trying to learn, Kelvin learned it a long time ago.
Hmm.
So if you learn
Yes.
from Kelvin, it means you don't have to take as much time as Kelvin took to
Hmm.
understand something. So I
Hmm.
believe as we continue with this platform, with these live mentorship classes, and everything is recorded, it will just help for other people to also just watch on
Yes.
demand as well, and for them to
Yes.
be helped. So Kelvin, thank you
Yeah.
again for making the time. Looking
Thank you so
forward to
much.
more conversations. Thank you, brother. Love you
Thank
lots.
you. Thank you so much. Love you too. Cheers. Good night. Bye.
Good night.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, it's been epic. It's been real. Now I'm just gonna attend to some of the questions, guys, that you sent through earlier. So I'm literally just going through the questions. So 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 one of the questions that I did answer in the other one was really someone asking if they were asking that their sound sounds good by front of house, which is basically in the room. So the sound sounds good in the room, but it doesn't sound good on their online, right? So I was saying, in a perfect world, right? The sound that you hear online, or for example, if it is a live TV broadcast, the sound that you hear on broadcast, there's actually a different mixer, and there's actually someone who's there balancing that sound for online or for broadcast. Only in that way can you have perfect sound for broadcast. But sometimes we find ourselves not in a perfect world, where you have to do sound for the room, for the live audience, and you also have to do sound for the guys online. So the only way for you to be able to get some of the best results is you basically need to tune your sound system in a way that it then works as your monitor, like for example like your studio monitors. So what that means is, if you play a well balanced song, and that well balanced song without EQ, it sounds good in your main auditorium. It then means if you mix with the reference of a balance like that, it means to some extent your target online is not that much too off. But now, if you do not balance your sound system to some reference, so for example, your sound system might be biased on the bass or might be biased on highs, so it is not balanced. It means when you are tuning on your mixer and doing your balance on the mixer, it means you are fixing things to sound perfect in the room, but your room has got so many inconsistencies. So when it sounds good in the room, those things that you have fixed to sound good because of your system that is not balanced, actually online doesn't sound as great, because your adjustments and your tunings, you are having to overcompensate as compared to if your system was balanced. So basically that is one of the reasons why the sound sounds different in the room and as compared to what is online. And I remember a long time ago in my own career, I was doing an event in one venue in Zimbabwe. It was like for about 3,000 people. The sound was amazing in the venue. That particular night, I was not the one actually mixing, but I was observing someone that I held in high regard. He was like one of the top engineers from Zimbabwe, and I'm observing him mixing, and the mix sounded amazing. I could hear the bass was thumping, everything was balanced, nice. And then I was like to myself, "Oh, the people at home can hear this. It's amazing." But later I didn't realize, no, at home they don't have speakers that are like the ones in the room in terms of the frequency response and how deep they go. And from there, I then realized, you know what, on TV, you can only go to a certain level in terms of how much bass can be reproduced on a TV speaker. So really, those are just some of the key things. So let me just look at the other question here. So someone was asking if I was recording this. Yes, we are recording it and it's going to be made available to you. And this one is actually a recording on itself. Someone asked earlier if one can use a Klang's system for in-ears with a PreSonus mixer. So basically, Clang system is basically a personal monitoring system, mostly for like bands, so that they've got a different control for themselves to control their balance. So for example, a bass guitar player is able on himself to control how much drums he can hear, how much of lead vocal he can hear, how much of the BVs or the piano he can hear. So what then makes the Klang system even more special is you can basically do a 3D mix, which is basically an immersive mix. It's not just hearing something left and right, but you can basically place something in a space. Like for example, a guitar player, whenever he's playing his guitar amp is always like on the floor behind him. So using Klang system and you put it to the 3D immersive way of mixing and listening, it means you can actually place a sound somewhere down there. It's not just left and right. So you can actually place things down there. If the drums are like somewhere there, you can place the drums somewhere there. So it means it's not just listening to left and right, but it's actually manipulating where those sounds are in a space. So it's like really 3D. So the Klang system, you can literally use them with any system, whether it is that particular mixer, PreSonus, any mixer. The only key thing is understanding that for you to get into the Klang system, for example, you need Dante. So when it's Dante, then it means you need a way to convert whatever sound protocol that you have to get into Dante, and there are different solutions on the market to help on that. And for you in a specific, if you can't find the right solution with your system, please again come on here, post your question. We'll be able to attend to it. And then I've got a question here from Walter. You're saying, say what has helped you to improve your live mixing skills ever since you started as a sound engineer. I want to improve the quality of my mixes when doing different genres. I I have just started out as a young engineer. Okay, cool. So one of the things to help you improve as a sound engineer is understanding everything you mix is a reference, and the reference is in your head. And that reference is informed by the type of music that you listen to. And also that reference is also informed by the events you go to, how those things are mixed. So if the reference in your head is not that good, when you're also trying to mix, your mix will also not be that good. But one thing to understand about mixing is the first level of mixing is about reinforcement. So something must sound like the source. So if you go to a guitar player when he's playing and when you listen to his guitar amp, when you come into the auditorium where people are listening, that guitar should sound the same. When you go to a drum, like a tom, for example, or a snare where someone is playing, when you're listening close to that snare drum, how it sounds when you come into the venue, that's how it should sound. So the first job as a mixing engineer is your tones, your sounds should sound like the source. That is the first level. But then, as a sound engineer, one thing you also always looking at is you must always create a comfortable listening level. What that means is you must not have levels that are too high, such that they're like blaring the ears, and also in terms of the balance between the bass and the high frequencies, it must be a nice even balance so that it's not just harsh or too bassy, but there must be a nice sweet balance. So understanding those key things is really key. But the key thing that will make you a better mixing engineer is to inform your references. Go to other shows, seek out some of the top engineers in your space, go to shows that are high production value. From there, you'll be able to inform your mixing. And also when you're starting, if you're mixing for a church or for a company, wherever you are, the people that are the clients or whatever, or the bosses or the musicians or whatever, they can also help you in a way of guiding you what might be the best sounding thing. But sometimes if those same people also don't have good references, it means again the limitation of how good your mix is basically based on that. So basically it's really a continuous evolution of things, of listening to better mixes. You have better references, continue to create a comfortable listening level. Things must sound balanced and comfortable. If you do that, I believe you continue to grow and become a better mixing engineer. So let me go to the next question. What is the role of SPL in live sound? So basically SPO stands for sound pressure level. So sound pressure level is the way that we measure sound, so that we will see, okay, cool, is this comfortable listening level? And now are you getting to a place where you're gonna start damaging people's ears? So SPL is literally how we measure sound. And for different events, for different spaces, even some in some developed markets, they even have regulations and laws that state that your sound pressure level should not be above this particular level. So on that, on SPL, in different conversations, we are going to unpack that and even give you some guidance on which are some of the most advisable sound pressure levels that do not cause ear damage. And the thing with sound pressure levels, it's okay to expose people to high sound pressure levels, but if you expose them over an extended time, you then cause ear damage. So all of these things, we are going to unpack them in different focused conversations. But for the sake of this conversation right now, SPO stands for sound pressure level, and it's a really key element as far as live sound engineers is concerned. And it becomes even very key when you start working with some of these big systems in the market. When you're doing an event for like 5,000 people, 10,000 people, 20,000 people, it means you've got a huge system that the amount of pressure this system can actually exert, if you don't manage it properly, you can actually cause ear damage. Yeah. So that's it on that. Let's look at that. What is the next one? Okay, cool. What is the best way to do PA tuning? So some of the best ways to do PA tuning is there are softwares on the market. One of them is called Smart. It is a real-time analyzing software. It it gets you to visually see what the PA system is doing. So with such softwares like that, for example, they get to analyze for you to see what is the sound system is doing, and also understanding what graphs you're actually looking for, the ones that in principle communicate what sounds pleasing to the ear. So using those tools like that will help you tune the system better. But then over and above that, it is using reference songs. So you know when you play a certain songs, it is supposed to sound a certain way. When you play it without EQ on that particular channel, when you listen to it, when you hear something is not right, something is over emphasized or under emphasized, then you can then tune the sound system so that that song sounds beautiful by just employing those two elements. And then when you then after that, after tuning your system to those references, when you then put any other signal into it, you will see that your EQs in the channel will always be similar in different spaces, because you are always tuning a sound system to basically be true to the source. So basically, again, the best way to tune a sound system is you have software that can help you analyze, because sometimes with just using your ears, there may be limitations in what you can actually hear and what corrections you are actually doing. But it's also good to be able to train your ear, because sometimes if your software is not calibrated properly, you'll be tuning things to the software, whereas there are some errors in your software and these readings. But when you balance out the two things, using your ears and a reference song, for example, and using the software, you'll be able to come to a good compromise when you get really amazing results. Okay, cool. And then let me go to the next question from one that I want to ask if you are okay. Okay, cool. Hello, nice to attend. You say first question: how can we get a chance to be mentored practically by you? Okay, so someone is asking how they can get how that they can be mentored with me practically. Let me say the second question. Second question is how do you manage to switch different big mixers on different uh, uh, on different events? Okay, cool. So someone is asking, like how can they be mentored by me practically? So the challenge is this: there's so many people who want to be mentored by myself, and then again, we'll find that it is actually common with some of the engineers across Africa who work on some of the biggest projects. People want to be mentored by them, but sometimes it becomes very, very unpractical to meet with people on a one-on-one. So what we're doing right now with this particular platform right now is it is one of the first steps in mentoring people, such that you know what, there is some place where you can learn from someone like me and other engineers across Africa who work on some of the biggest projects. This is like one of the first steps. And for me, the more you engage in this particular platform, and the more, for example, when you're doing this thing, you say, guys, I want to come in and help. The way you are part of that network, it makes it easier for someone like me and other people to basically have more one-on-ones. But also I do have other paid products where people actually pay to have lessons with me. And I can tell you this right now: people who pay to have lessons with me one-on-one, it is not cheap, but that's the only way I can manage how many people I get to spend time with one-on-one. But I believe a sound engineers at different levels, there's two things that you can actually do, that you can learn from me, that you can apply right now. And for me, as we speak continuously, as you come into this class, as you help in some way on this free mentorship, whether it is creating graphics to inform people, whether it is creating WhatsApp groups in your country to invite more people in, and just be one of the source of just communicating. The easier you do stuff like that is the easier you come in like more the inner circle, and it is the easier that we can spend more time, and then I can teach you more on a practical, because that's the only way we can basically separate some of the people who are not really sure if they're really in this for the long haul and people who are really in this for the long haul. Because for me, in principle, if I spend time with someone on a one-to-one, I have to believe that this person is definitely committed to this space of life sound engineering, and they look forward to also be one of the key people pushing the industry forward in Africa. Okay, cool. So then the second question was like, how do I manage to switch between different big mixes at an event? I remember one time I did an event with TOC, SWV, and Cisco. So we had three mixers on the same job. So basically, there are these signal processors that I prefer to use. They are called LabGroupen LM44. So basically, I can plug different source inputs and then direct those inputs to the main outputs, which basically go to the PA. So basically, I basically use a speaker management system to be able to plug in many mixers into one system. Cool. Let me see what is the next question again. What is the best way to balance the following to get the best desirable sound? Drums, keyboard, organ, bass, guitar, lead guitar, woodwind, brass instruments. Okay, cool. The best way to balance different sections, be it drums, keyboards, organs, bass, whatever, is also in a way you need to understand the type of music that you're doing and what are some of the key driving elements in that. So that is also good to understand. But in principle, at the most basic level is you must be able to hear everything, and nothing must be too loud or too low. That is the first basic thing in terms of balancing your mix, right? And then in time, you then get to learn that there are some things that form a foundation for a mix, and there are some things that are the melody of the mix. There's some things that are like the rhythm section of the mix. So when you then understand all of those different elements, it becomes better in terms of what do you make to kind of put through more in the mix. It's like, for example, if a band is like as you've asked, if a band has a brass instruments, for example, the brass is not supposed to be apparent in the whole song from start to end, or like in the whole show. If it's apparent in the whole show from start to end, then that must be a brass show, a brass focus show in itself. But the thing is like those instruments like brass, they are like places where they feature. So when you know places that they feature and they do like solos, those are the places that you need to push them more as compared to the other parts where they kind of have to kind of like sit within the mix where you can hear them, but they're not too loud or too low. But in the places where they're supposed to shine, you kind of push them a little bit so that they really shine. Cool. The next question was, what is the best way to balance microphones for singing? Some of the best ways to balance microphones for singing is always to know who is the lead singer. The lead singer should be apparent as compared to all the other singers. And they then form the reference of how loud all the other mics are. And they also form the reference of how loud all the other elements of the band are going to be. Because in the most basic principle, right? A microphone, for example, is the one that is the most prone to give you feedback, even more the mic for the lead singer, because you're trying to get the most out of it. So because it is prone to give you feedback, it means how far that mic can go then determines how far everything can actually go and be balanced. Some people I find they will mix, for example, their drum, their band, all the other instruments, and the brass, everything is loud, and now you can't hear the voice anymore. And they try to push the voice, and then they start getting feedback. That's that ooh sound, because they're trying to push this mic, but this mic has gone up as far as it can, but they're still trying to get more from it. So in those instances, it means you have to take everything down so that main lead mic can be heard. So once that mic is heard, it means you then build the rest of your mix, using that as a reference just underneath it. Okay, cool. Now the next question is, why is it important for sound engineer to check speaker frequency before a live concert, recording, or service? So basically, it is important to check your speakers, and checking speaker frequency using software or using your ears and listening. Sometimes you can just tell, for example, if some speakers are off, if there are no highs, if the highs are off, or if something is muted. So this is why, for example, for every event, ideally, even if you were there the night before, you just need to listen to something so that you know that everything is working. So that's why it's important for one to listen to the sound system frequency, like basically every time. Now I'm gonna answer another question here. Is we know that there is serious shortages with Dante cards. What other products can be used? Would the Digiface Dante work in a live sound situation? The Digiface Dante is actually a very, very amazing product, and yes, it would work. It just means you must have the other protocol to go into it. Yeah, so yes, and there is a shortage of Dante products, because of COVID, so there's been some shortages, but hopefully in a year or so, production is gonna get back right on schedule. But definitely, yes, you can use the Digiface Dante. I'm actually personally looking forward to also employ that as one of the things in my traveling bag. Cool. So I just want to see if there are any other questions that I might have missed. Okay, cool. So let's see. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Yeah. So I think for today, guys, in terms of questions, that's it. I am happy. You guys have been amazing. So I'll catch you on the next one. I'm really looking forward to a live class with all of you guys, where you are sending in the questions live, and we're just answering them as we go. But I hope from this recording that I've just packaged for you offline is going to be really helpful you is going to be really helpful, and it's going to be like one of your building blocks stepping forward. But just know, guys, we're going to be doing this often, and anyone who can help with what we are doing right now, anyone who can help with what we are doing right now, whether it is transport, whether it is with internet, whether it is with money, because it costs money to come to this place to set up, I'm like, in any way that someone can help so that this burden does not become too much on only a few. But guys, thank you very much for coming through and for watching and for listening in. And I am definitely going to catch you on the next one, guys. Thank you. Love you lots. I'm going to see you on the next one very soon. Bye for now. It's a wrap. Yeah. 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 Cool. Hi guys. So today I just want to talk about what is live sound. Okay. So we know there's like different types of sound engineering. So for example, there's studio engineering, and then there is live sound engineering. So these two spaces are basically different spaces, and some of the overview principles of how you work in these places are different. So for me, personally, I've been focusing on live sound for the past 22 years. All right? So I just want to define for you what is live sound. So live sound, the key thing about it is about reinforcement. That is one key thing you need to understand about live sound. It is about reinforcement. Forgive me for my handwriting, I write Kesov. Okay, cool. So live sound is about reinforcement. Reinforcement is about there is sound from the source, and how can you make this sound be heard by many people? So, for example, if someone is speaking to 5 people in a room, you don't need to really reinforce that sound as compared to someone speaking to 50,000 in a room. So the key thing, or the key principle, or the key purpose of live sound is basically to reinforce the source. So now when someone needs to speak to 50,000 people, there's a need to basically amplify that particular voice. And to amplify that voice, we then need different tools to basically do that. So for example, it is a microphone, it is to basically pick up the sound, it is the mixer to help balance that sound, it is the amplifier, and then it is basically the speakers. And then with all of those things, we are then able to reinforce that sound. That is basically what live sound is about. And one key principle about live sound is the sound, once you reinforce it, needs to sound the same as the source. That is one key thing. The only other times when we make the source sound different when it is reinforced, it is basically for creative purposes. You know, so live sound is basically about reinforcing the source, and once you reinforce it at the most basic level of live sound, the reinforced sound must still sound like the source. And the only time there's a difference is for creative purposes. So I'll give you an example. There are events where they have someone who is basically speaking behind the scenes. So it could be an award event like Grammy Awards or things like that. So an announcer is saying, please welcome, the next host is this person and that person. Usually you want that voice to sound bigger as compared to like how naturally a voice sounds. So in those instances, that is when the reinforcement, you manipulate that voice to sound bigger. So basically with that, live sound is basically, as I said before, reinforcement of the sound at the source, and the sound must sound as true as the source. And then the other way is live sound basically is about reinforcing the source, but the sound, when you then hear it from the final output, changes because we have made a creative decision for the sound to sound bigger. So in live sound, we have basic things that basically completes our system. So we have our input, we have our processing, and then we have our output. And so this in live sound, we basically call it our signal flow. So on the input, this is basically the source that we want to reinforce. So we have different sources. Like for example, my voice right now as I'm talking to you, I have a microphone that I'm wearing. This mic signal goes to the mixer, and then from the mixer goes to a speaker that is powered, and then the sound comes out. Sometimes sources can be a guitar. A guitar, inside it has a pickup, so you plug in a jack into that guitar. That guitar is connected to the mixer, and then it basically also goes to the speaker output. We also have other sources. It could be a violin, like for example, an orchestra. There are many people playing violins, violas, double basses, so you have different mics, miking up those different sources, which then goes into a mixer, which goes to amplifiers, which then goes to the speakers. So with this signal flow, what it does is it helps you when you see different sound equipment, once you understand where it sits in the signal flow, it basically removes this overwhelming feeling, especially when you're starting out to explore live sound engineering. It removes this overwhelming feeling of like, oh my goodness, this thing is complicated and there's all of these different things. I don't even know how this thing works. So basically with any sound equipment, one of the key things is when you understand this signal flow, and understand where that piece of equipment sits in this signal flow, it really helps you delve more and really explore more to understand how the different pieces work in this. So literally our signal flow starts from the input, which is the source, goes into processing. This is where we've got our mixers and different signal processors in here, and goes to our output where our mixers are and our speakers are. So at the most basic level, live sound engineering is just about reinforcement. And when you understand that purpose of live sound, it just being about reinforcement, it just really, and for me, sometimes I say to people, just understanding that core principle, that live sound is about reinforcement, that in itself removes the trying to understand and comprehend some things in live sound that seem complicated. Because once you understand the purpose, in that, when you then see something on your journey of live sound that you don't understand, whether it is a piece of equipment, whether it is a piece of software, when you understand the purpose is about reinforcement, all you need to understand on that software or that piece of equipment is understand, okay, cool, what purpose does this software serve? What purpose does this piece of equipment serve in the signal chain? And what value does it actually bring? So I believe as you start on your journey of live sound, or as you continue on your journey of live sound, never lose sight on what is the actual purpose of live sound and why do we actually do it. So there's something also that I just want you to also just know. Live sound started, I think it is somewhere maybe in like the 1940s officially, and the challenge then was, so before people would gather, bands would play, singers would sing, the speakers were a bit smaller, and people would hear the guitars from their own guitar amplifiers. But then, what then happened was, at one particular event, or really, it was really like a season, these events were becoming more and more popular, and more people were now attending these events. So the crowds were becoming bigger. So now it was now very difficult to hear the people singing and also be able to hear the instruments. So from there now, different people who were literally doing this sound engineering, or basically who were focusing on reinforcing this sound, they then saw there was a need to basically create better speakers, better amplifiers, or literally bigger speakers, bigger amplifiers, or basically amplifiers with more capacity or power output to be able to amplify this sound from the source so that people will be able to hear. So with that basically then birthed the industry of live sound. Before that, most of the sound engineering was basically more for TV, more for the recorded media, because people would listen to something at home, either on a TV screen or they would listen on a radio. But at the end of the day, because of that challenge of many audiences going to watch people perform, or many audiences going to go to listen to someone talking, because of that challenge, we then had to create in the industry or in the sound reinforcement space more efficient speakers, and more efficient amplifiers. And sound engineering itself, we have gone through different phases. Like for example, before we used to use these speakers that were point source. It was basically, we just put different speakers together, but as time also progressed and the audiences grew, we then came to a phase which is where we are in now. It is a phase of line array systems. And in other classes, I'll basically break down these different types of systems. But the line array system, which is where we are right now, they are basically more efficient systems that with the less amount of boxes in terms of ratio to weight and in terms of the actual space that they cover, they are very efficient and they can really work very well over long distances in the most efficient way. So whenever you are in doubt and as you start the journey of live sound, or as you continue the journey of live sound and you face different equipment or software that seems complicated, one thing that can help you to basically have less of the overwhelming feeling is understanding the purpose is about reinforcement. So any equipment made today, made yesterday, or that is going to be made tomorrow, all you need to understand is what purpose does it serve in the signal flow. And in that signal flow, it's knowing, does it sit in the input, does it sit in the processing, or does it sit in the output? And actually, what value does it give? When you understand that, now trying to understand that particular tool or piece of gear is going to make it very easy for you to understand. Because, and I always say to people, no one makes equipment or a piece of software to be complicated. All you just need to do is once you understand the purpose of that piece of equipment or software, now you just need to go through the way these people were thinking as they were creating it in the software. Once you connect to that bandwidth of how they were thinking and what is the workflow on that, you see that it is very easy to literally work on any piece of equipment or any piece of software. But as is with everything in life, it is going to be a journey. You're going to fall, you're going to rise, you're going to fall, you're going to rise. But just continue on that journey knowing that nothing is made to be complicated intentionally. It is just a matter of you understanding the purpose, and understanding what are the desired results. And in that, I end this conversation on what is live sound. Thank you. Hi, guys. So I just want to talk about something. So I call these remembers blocks of live sound. So I'm just going to write that down. Remember blocks live sound. I call these remembers blocks of live sound. So I came up with these blocks a couple of years back, and these blocks have also evolved over time. So in live sound, the first block we have is the input, okay? So the input is basically the source of the sound, where the sound is coming from. And this source can be a microphone, this source can be someone playing a guitar, this source can be someone playing a piano, this source can be a computer playing sound, this source can basically be an orchestra, this source can be a choir singing. So that's the first block, input. Second block is processing. So this block of processing is basically, this is where the mixers are. So for example, if 5 people are singing, that's 5 different mics. We need to have a way to be able to balance these mics and control them. So in the processing block, this is where the balancing of these mics is happening. Also, there are some people that when they sing, their voice may sound a bit high-pitched or very bright, and you want that voice to sound a bit warmer or bigger. So for that, we employ things like equalization. So all of that happens in the processing block. Okay. And after the processing block, we have the output block. In the output block, this is where we have our amplifiers. Our amplifier's job is basically, we send a signal there, right? But this signal is not strong enough or big enough to move a speaker. So an amplifier now gets this signal from processing, and then they amplify that signal and goes to our speakers. So basically our amps and our speakers, they are all in that same block on the output. So of these blocks here, one of the most complex blocks to understand is the processing block. And the processing block is basically where the magic happens in live sound engineering, even in studio work as well. Because in the processing block, this is where you can manipulate sounds. This is where you can add effects to create a different listening experience. This is also where you can manipulate sounds so that they sound comfortable to people's ears in an environment. And this is where you find a lot of softwares and a lot of different gadgets and pieces of equipment. Because here, there is no limitation of what pieces of equipment can be put in. But the more you are on the output, it is literally to do with the last stage, which is basically amplifying a signal and moving the speakers for the air to move, for people to hear. And on the input, it is basically a microphone picking up that sound, or a converter from digital to analog, or digital signal going into processing. So here, there is less complexity in these two blocks. This one, a lot of complexity. And the magic happens here. So our next block from here is the environment. So in live sound, the environment also affects how people perceive the sound. So for example, if you are working in a hall that is a lot of echo, you can do whatever you do here, but because of your environment, it is going to color the sound. And in live sound, understanding that you need to take into consideration how the environment is coloring the sound, then this can also inform or influence what decisions you need to make on the output. So for example, if you're working in a venue where it is a lot of reflections, then it means the way you need to set up that venue is you need to set it up in a way that you basically reduce as much interaction as possible between the sound system and the venue. So sometimes how you end up doing that is by employing more speakers to use in that venue than you'd normally use for a space that size, because with more speakers that you use, it means you're moving more air and basically that sound is now directed to the audience. And when the sound is directed to the audience that is listening, and there's more speakers, it means we are reducing the interaction between the speakers and the actual venue. Because now we've got multiple sources directed at the audience as compared to a few sources trying to cover a big audience, which then means that you do not have control on how much now the level now has to be more, because it is less sources, so your level has to be more. So which means when the interaction happens now with those speakers and the venue, is going to be more reflections. But when you've got more sources focused on the audience, it means you don't have to take up the level that high, so which means reflections are less. So that is the environment informing on what you are doing on the equipment side of your setup. But now there's also another element that affects live sound. And this is my last block. And this block is the people. And in live sound, this block is one of the most challenging blocks, because you can do everything correct on the input, correct on processing, correct on output, and you also take into consideration how your environment is behaving, but someone may feel something is wrong with the sound. So the people block now, when you're a live sound engineer, is you need to understand who is talking and who is giving feedback, and what authority do they have. Because when you're not careful, as a live sound engineer, different people can come to you, they can give you different feedback. The feedback can be different kinds of feedback, and it can become confusing. But one thing that will make life easy for you in the people block is you doing things right on the input, on the processing, on the output, and taking consideration of the environment, how it affects all of these other blocks. And you doing it right literally has to do with you've done something according to industry standards. You've done something according to best practices. And only when you have done that right like that, it is easier now to deal with people. So that, are you dealing with something to do with perception or someone's personal perception? Because someone might have been to another event where they had a different system, maybe in size, maybe they were working in a different environment, so they are expecting something else that they heard or saw somewhere, and they want you to do the same thing. But now when you understand now, and everything here has been done according to best practice, it then means you are able to explain. I've had instances where I'm doing an event and someone says, I can't hear the lead vocal, right? And for me, as the sound engineer for that event, I can hear the lead vocal. And I've done everything according to industry standards, right? So what I do is, I then ask them, where are you in the venue? Okay, they showed me, I went with them because I had time, I went with them. It was on an interval, I went with them. And then I said, okay, cool, from here you can't hear the lead vocal. They said yes. And then I asked 4 people around them, could you hear the lead vocal? 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 And all of those 4 people I asked, they said they could hear it. And then in that moment, I then said to the person, you know what? I do not know what is happening, but all these other people in your same listening space can hear the lead vocal. In that moment, that person understands that, okay, you know what? Then there might be something wrong with them. Or maybe, but in that moment now, they have to deal with themselves, and I don't have to change everything here to make one person happy. So the people block can be challenging, because if you try to make individuals happy in live sound, in an environment, you may end up creating a listening environment that is not conducive for the many. But also, the key thing about what authority the person has is also very important. So I always say to people, live sound is not only about what you think is good sound. It's also more so about what you're keeping your clients happy, making sure that you are creating the listening environment in the way that they are also happy with. Sometimes a client may request something that doesn't work. So I'll give you an example. I was doing an event and a client required me to take up the sound levels up and more up, right? But the thing is now is if I took the sound levels as high as the client requested, it means that I was going to create an uncomfortable listening environment for the audience. And it also meant that I may also induce injury to people's ears. So in those instances, I need to understand I am the sound specialist, and it is my job to also educate the client, in best practices so that we do not cause damage to people's ears. So understanding who is the people, what authority they have, what is the impact of their decision in what you're doing is very, very important. So that the higher the authority is, the more you need to entertain them, is the more, if you need to educate them, you need to educate them. And sometimes clients will make you do something that you may not agree with in terms of how the sound should sound. And for me, these are things of color, how the color of the sound is supposed to be, or how the balance of the sound is supposed to be. And that a client has the final say, or the creative director, or it can be the producer, they have the final say on that, because these are creative decisions. But then there are things of principle. Like, for example, in live sound, our goal is always to create a comfortable listening environment, and our goal is also not to induce, listening fatigue or to damage people's ears. And in that, I end my conversation on Remembers Blocks. Looking forward to seeing you in the next class. Thank you. Bye for now. Hi, guys. So I just want to talk about something here, what it takes to be a live sound engineer in Africa. And, being a live sound engineer in Africa is very different from being a live sound engineer in Europe or Asia or in America, because they are different. They are completely different environments in terms of resources available, in terms of the skill available in the markets. So basically, I'm just going to break down what are some of the key things required in the African market. So basically, I'm just talking about what it takes to be a live sound engineer in Africa. To be a live sound engineer in Africa, you literally need to understand the whole overview of how your entire system works. So, for example, in developed markets, there are clearly defined different roles. So, for example, you have a mixing sound engineer. His job is literally to mix the show. So, literally, he programs the mixer in the way that he wants it to be in terms of running the show. He decides how he wants to EQ the different elements of the show. That's what he does, And then you have a front of house tech, sometimes we call them babysitters. His job is basically to set up all of that equipment at front of house so that when the mixing engineer arrives, he's able to program the things that he requires for the show. Okay. So also in developed markets, you know, and even in Africa, you also find companies or productions that also have these clearly defined roles. So also you will have, this is, for the sake of this class, I'm going to say in developed markets, and whenever I say that, I mean America, Europe, or like Asia, and then Africa is the developing markets. So in the developed markets, you also have a system engineer. A system engineer's job is basically to EQ the sound system, to balance the sound system, and to basically set up the whole sound system in a way that it is the most efficient. And himself also works with different sound technicians who have roles to actually physically set up the actual equipment. And depending on the actual setup, the system engineer may assist the other team members to actually set up the system, but usually not, because he needs to be focusing on making sure that he is configured and also set up all of his digital equipment, even analog equipment, as far as signal flow to the actual system, and also setting up all of his measuring software as well, you know. And then on stage, you're gonna have a monitor mixing engineer. His job is only to focus on how to balance the sound for the band on stage or whatever is happening on stage. And then you also have a stage technician. His job is to make sure that everything is paged correctly, everything is working correctly, and then also manage all of the microphones, everything, so that everything goes to the right place. So this is the ideal standard. And you'll find this in the developed market. And you'll find this on some of the big budget events that happen in Africa, or events that basically the biggest players are working on technically. But now when you work across Africa now, coming back to this conversation, what it takes to be a live sound engineer in Africa. When you are working in Africa and you're working in different regions, which is what I've done for many years now, is you need to be able to understand the different disciplines, from how to mix, to how to set up the equipment, to how to design the sound system for that venue, to understanding how to balance things on stage, to understanding how to make sure that the right mics go to the right place. So you actually need to have an overall understanding of this whole universe, or this whole big picture. You must have an understanding and skill for the whole picture, so that depending on the country you go to, or the project you're working on, or the skill or the lack of the skill that the team you're working with, you are able to fill in the gaps. If you are able to develop those skills, that you are a bit of an all-rounder, but also you also develop a skill not to micromanage, that you can also look at how everything is going and see where there's lack, and basically go in there and fix it. If you are able to develop such skills, that kind of live sound engineer, you'll be able to make it on the African market. Understanding the big picture as a live sound engineer, whilst you're working in Africa, is very, very important, because only then, when you understand the full picture, are you able to fill in the gaps where there is lack. Because in the different markets, you know, people have different strengths. And if you're not able, or if you don't have these skills, you will see that your results when doing live events are inconsistent. And the weakest link is basically based on whichever region you are working in. Whatever weaknesses that the team has, that's going to be the weakest link for you to achieve great results or consistent results. But then again, there's also something that I want to talk about, which is excellence. You know, what is excellence in live sound? Excellence in live sound, just saying the word, just saying we have high standards, just saying we are professional, does not mean anything unless you have a reference. So in live sound, our reference for excellence is basically the industry standards. It is basically you looking at other productions that are bigger budget, that are high profile, even more so from the developed market, looking at those productions, seeing how they execute, seeing how they execute these projects. What do they use? How does it work? So for me, literally it's saying in live sound, if you're 4 seconds late, you are late. And it's unacceptable, But only when you understand that by observing other high budget productions, can you then set a higher standard for yourself to know that, okay, you know what, this is not acceptable, And also seeing those that have gone before you in live sound and learning from them, seeing how they work, seeing how they execute, learning from them, and then also knowing that whatever is done, whether by those who have gone before us, whether it is the industry standards, there's always a way to make it better. So as a live sound engineer, even more so in Africa, I'm just saying to you, do as much as you can to research on what are the industry standards. How do people actually mic a vocal like this? How do people mic an instrument like this? And where an industry standard has not been made, try to learn from things that may be similar scenarios and see how it has been done. And then try to see if the learnings from that can be applied on a new situation that you have. Because if you don't build on a reference, you are literally like trying to recreate the wheel. The wheel has been created. Don't try to recreate the wheel, but use the wheel concept, for example. Use what is the industry standard and build on top of that. And for me, only when you understand what is the industry standard can you start being creative to build on top of that. Because when you try to be creative, when you do not know what is the industry standard, it literally means it's either you're going to get it right or you're going to get it very wrong. But when you build on industry standards, it means that you're going to get it right at the most basic. But now if you build on that to be creative, it means you're actually going to create an even magical experience. And in that, I end this conversation. Looking forward to see you in the next class. Hi guys, how you doing? My name is Remember here, and I am recording this at Gearhouse, South Africa, in their audio department. So today I want to talk about some of the signal processors used in live sound, which is basically compressors and gates. So here I've got two compressors. One is a DBX 160, and the other one it's a Droma 241. Droma 241. These are some of the compressors I have personally used in live sound. And I remember when I moved from analog signal processors to the digital world around 2007, it was really difficult to try get the same kind of sounds or the same kind of tones in the digital domain, because digital sound was like very, very accurate, very, very transparent, and didn't have as much color. But now the technology has come so far. So for me, I felt today, as I talk about compressors and gates, let me just bring out some of these analog pieces, so that when I take you through the different parts of that signal processor, like the different controls, you'll be able to kind of see, oh, this knob is here. And then on a digital mixer, you can actually see the same control as well. So the first one I'm going to look at is, let me look at this Droma. Many companies around the world in live sound, they still have this, like most of the top companies. So this Droma was like a compressor you would see in every other company that does live sound, and also most artists would request them on their technical riders. And most of the other compressors that you find also in digital mixers, these kind of compressors are like the references for the sounds. And now more and more digital mixers are coming closer, and even surpassing to the extent where, for example, you find more functionality. But one good thing about digital is you get to find all of these processors inside the mixer. You need less cabling and also less time as well to basically set it up. So let's look at this compressor and let's look at the different parameters that it has. So on a compressor, these are like the common things that you find on analog and also digital. So for example, here there is the gate knob. This gate knob basically sets the threshold. So basically, on a gate job basically is you are saying when a signal is above a certain level, that is when I want that channel to actually open up. That is where I want the gate to actually open up. So that's what this gate is. And usually where you use a gate is like, for example, on drums, you've got tom 1, tom 2, tom 3. So because tom 1 and tom 2, the mics are very close to each other, you want when someone plays tom 1, you only want that mic for tom 1 to basically pass the audio, but you don't want the tom 2 mic to pass also audio, because it will be picking up the tom 1 being played when the tom 2 is not being played. So then now you're just gonna have phasing issues. So a gate's job now, basically all you're saying is when this tom is played, which means the sound level is gonna be at this level, because the mic on the actual tom 1, when you set the gate, the level has to be so high that you can basically set your threshold higher, so that mic can pick up. Now, when you play tom 2, because that tom is further away from tom 1, it means the level of tom 2 is going to be lower than the level of tom 1. So that gate on tom 1 will be able to read that, okay, cool, this level is below the threshold, so I should not let the sound to basically come through. So that's what gates help in. They make you be able to say audio from this channel only when it's above this threshold. Open up if it's not, close up. Sometimes the way we would use gates is most of the times when you've got multiple microphones on stage, only when the band stops playing, then you actually hear feedback coming in. So now how would then apply gates is, it could be in choir mics, for example. So when the whole stage, everyone stops singing, you've got a gate set not at a high threshold, but at a lower threshold, so that when the band is quiet and the choir is not singing, the gate closes. So you are basically saying automatically you are switching off the choir mics, but the mics are switching off based on the threshold on the signal the mics are receiving. And basically the gate is just set to control when do they allow the sound of the choir mics to come through or not. So basically that is what a gate is. And most compressors in the during the analog days had that gate knob, so it had the gate function at a very minimum level, whereas this particular one is a proper gate processor which has more controls over gates. But anyway, I'll come to that one last. Cool. So we've got a gate control which basically sets the threshold for a gate where we basically our gate goes on or off based on that threshold, which is basically the gate that says sound come in, sound don't come in if you are below a certain level. And then now we also have fast and slow. This is basically how fast do you want the gate to be closed or the gate to be opened. And then now on the actual compressor section, which is basically with any compressor, whether in the digital domain and also in the analog domain, whatever the brand is as well, the most common parameters you have to control is, so again, there's something that I need to say first. A compressor's job is basically to manage dynamic range. And dynamic range is basically the, on every signal, there is the lowest part of a signal. So for example, if I am speaking soft like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and if I'm shouting like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the difference between those two levels, that is where we have dynamic range. And then that is the dynamic range of the way that I'm talking to you. And then when it comes to audio, dynamic range is basically the difference between the noise floor, which is basically you hear the shh sound. Like on sound equipment, if you just take up the level, take up the gain, you get to a point where you hear the shh sound. That one we call it noise floor. Cool. And then above that is like when there is a signal that is too high, you hear distortion. So that is basically the highest part of the dynamic range. It is basically that distance above just above the noise floor, basically the noise floor, and then just below distortion or by the distortion. So in between is what we call the usable dynamic range. So what a compressor does is it basically controls this dynamic range. Because for example, if you are doing sound for someone who sometimes speaks soft and then sometimes they shout, it's very difficult to get the right place to set the gain. So what a compressor does now is you can basically set it that, you know what, when someone shouts, okay, I want the level to only go up to this level, but after this level, it should not go up any further. Or I want when the level gets to this particular place, if the person shouts, it should go up at the level of a ratio, for example, 2 to 1. They have to shout twice as loud to go up by just 1. So basically, compressors now help us manage that dynamic range. Sometimes I would say to people, a compressor's job is like, for example, if you were taking a picture, for example, of an elephant. If you look at an elephant is very huge when you look at it. It's very huge. You can look from left to right, up and down, because it is just enormous. But when you take a picture, you can look at the same elephant on a very small screen, even like basically if you take a picture with your phone. So what your phone has done is it has taken this big animal and now you can see it on your phone screen. So basically a compressor job is basically it manages the sound dynamic so that it can fit within the dynamic of your sound system. So that when someone shouts, it doesn't distort or it does not become unpleasant to the ears. And then again, compressors themselves, like you see here, this is a compressor, and this one here, it's a compressor, and these particular ones are VCA compressors, which are basically voltage-controlled amplifier compressors. So there are different types of compressors. Basically, this is the design in how they actually affect the sound signal. So cool. So let's look at our different parameters on our compressor. So in the actual compressor section. So we have our threshold, our threshold is basically setting at what level do we want our compressor to kick in and start affecting the signal. So for example, if it is for a president of a country, I want their voice to sound as natural as possible. So for me, I would set the threshold of the compressor basically at the higher end, that when he starts speaking loud, I don't want him to go above this level. It's the same thing when I'm doing award events. I set my threshold at a place where when people start saying, thank you very much, I want to thank my mother, whatever, and they're shouting, I basically set it at that threshold where here is going to start sounding painful. So at this place, I actually then set, there's a knob here that is ratio to actually infinity, that when the level gets to this level, I don't want it to go up anymore. So cool, so we've got our threshold, we're setting where do we want the compressor to actually kick in. Okay, cool. And then after that, we've got our ratio. So when our compressor kicks in, now the question is, at what ratio now do you want the compressor to sound the sound, to basically affect the sound? So for example, if someone normal level goes up ×2, at what level do I want the compressor to go up? If someone's level goes up by ×5, how do I want the compressor to basically affect that? So with the ratio now, basically here I've got 1 to 2, 1 to 5. I've got 1 to 1.2, 1 5. I've got 1 to 2, 1 to 3, 1 to 5, 1 to 10, 1 to 20. So what this means is, if he comes up 3 times as much, he's only gonna come up by 1. Okay, if he comes up by 10 times as much, he's only gonna come up by 1. So basically all you're doing is what is the difference between the person voice when they shout to what is the level that they are coming up in the sound system. And all you're doing here is you're basically trying to protect your speakers. Because if someone is speaking at a normal level and then they change by just shouting like in a split of a second, you don't want that shout to go into the sound system without being managed, because that is how you blow up speakers. That is how people gets their ears damaged. They'll be like, So now, for example, in moments like that, through testing, through listening to the mic and finding the right ratio, I then decided, okay, cool, I'm going to make it 1 to 10 at the threshold where it starts being painful. Or I want at the threshold where it starts being painful, just below that threshold, I'm gonna set my ratio to basically infinity, so that when the person shouts so loud, it will never go up that level. So that is what ratio is. You are basically just deciding if a person goes up 3 times, how much should they actually go up in the sound system. So that's our ratio. And then we have our attack times. We've got attack and release times. Because basically now, once you set your threshold, this is where you want your compressor to affect the sound signal. Now you also need to set the ratio. How much is it going to affect the signal? You also need to also set, okay, how quickly do you want the compressor to actually affect the signal? And then after the compressor has affected the signal, how much time do you want the compressor to leave the signal if the signal is back to the normal level? So this is what the attack and release times are. Cool. And then we have our output level. So basically, when your compressor now is working on the signal, basically it reduces the level at which that particular sound was going to be when someone shouted without having a compressor in the signal chain. So sometimes you want to compensate that. You don't want the level to basically go too low. you are happy with the compression threshold and everything, but you feel like you can do with a little bit of level. So that is what the level output is for. And also you also want to match your output of the compressor to wherever the destination of that signal is going to. But you don't want to change on any of the other parameters before. That is what that is for. And then our peak here, it is basically our limiter. Okay, cool. So that you don't want a signal to go above a certain level. That is what is that for. So basically, just to recap, our compressor, its job is to manage dynamic range. And dynamic range is basically the difference between our quietest point of a sound or the lowest level of an audio signal and the highest level of the audio signal. That difference between those two things is dynamic range. If the difference is too much, it means the dynamic range is too much and the sound system cannot be able to handle that. It is literally like saying if you're the microphone close to an airplane engine when it's taking off, that sound, or you're basically trying to record the sound of someone playing African drums and your mic is very close as compared to someone just singing into the mic. Those two instruments have different dynamic ranges. And to be able to manage those dynamic ranges, that is what a compressor is for. It is basically you're trying to fit a big thing into a small space. And basically it is understanding dynamic ranges in real life or dynamic ranges of our ears. It is way better than what actual equipment can do. Equipment has limitations. So compressors now help us to capture sound in the real live domain and then be able to fit it in the electronic domain in a way that people can experience the different dynamics between the lower part and the higher part. Cool. And then now, this particular compressor, which is like one of my very, very favorite, very sexy compressor, and I love to use this on vocals. I love to use this on like drums and everything else. And then but this is like one of those you can really use everywhere. So yeah, cool. But this one is like a very special one. I love to use it on like vocals. And you see, the parameters are more or less the same. And with these compressors, the difference with them is they are both compressors. They both perform compression tasks, but one may do it in a much more smoother, natural way as compared to the other one. The same thing when you go to digital mixers as well. You know, every digital mixer can have a compressor in it, but another digital mixer, its compressor, the way it works and the way it sounds may sound more natural and more pleasant to the ear as compared to the other one. And the good thing is the technology has been continuously evolving, you know, on the digital mixers. So we'll just look at this compressor quickly and just see what are the different parameters we have here. So this compressor has our threshold, which is basically us setting at what level do we want our compressor to kick in so that it can start managing our levels. Okay, cool. We have our ratio, which is, okay, cool. So when our compressor kicks in, how much ratio do you want that signal to be affected? If the signal comes up 5 times as louder from the normal level we want, do we want it to only go up by only 1 times, or do you want it to go up by 2 times? So that's what our compressor knob is for. And then we've got our attack fast, our release time, release and attack as well. Cool. And then also these compressors, even this one, you can even set it on auto, where it basically listens to the signal coming in and it basically decides how quickly or how slowly should a compressor act on the signal. So for example, on a snare drum, for example, or basically a kick, you want the compressor to act very quickly. very quickly. You want it to attack quickly, to release quickly, and then for creative purposes, you can play with the release, but there we want it to be quick. And then on a vocal, you don't want it to be too quick because you want it to sound natural without any pumping. Cool. Yeah, and we've got our output gain, which is basically once our compressor is affected the signal, how much more compensation do you want to do on the main output of our signal? So that's basically it. And everything, here it is like extra buttons to see different things to basically see on the meters. I want to see gain reduction. I want to see the output or the input signal. So it then has all of these extra fancy things, Cool. But in essence, us understanding compressors, that's it. Now I'm going to look at our gates, which is basically the last thing I'm going to talk about. Gates, their job basically is you want to make a decision on when should audio be allowed to pass through. So, for example, one time I did an event in Zimbabwe where I had these kids from Asia who were performing an act on stage. So the challenge was they were performing in different random spots, and I had condenser microphones hanged from the roof to the point where they were performing. So now, if I had all of these mics on all at the same time, I would get feedback because it is too many mics that are on, and I've got high gain on this mic so that I can pick up what are these kids actually saying performing on stage. Because at that particular moment, guys, even finding headsets was very difficult, and they were big and bulky. So the solution I had for that event was basically condenser mics hanged from the roof, and it was picking up what they were doing. So what I then did was I then set gates to basically wherever the kids are and they are talking, that mic automatically then comes on, and then when they move to another place, that mic goes off and that mic in that section comes on. And in this day and age, we've got things like Dendugan in the digital domain that does that even in a more amazing way. There are different signal processors in the analog domain and also in the digital domain that basically cater to that. And so basically on gates as well, just to see some of the functions that we have here. So also on the analog compressors, we've got something that we call key source, right? Or sidechain. So basically, your compressor or your gate, you can decide, is it being affected by the main signal that you're processing, or you want a different signal to activate it to work? So that's what the sidechain and the key source is. And I can tell you this, when you start using that, you are now being creative and being very, very fancy and being very surgical, It is really amazing, but it is like an advanced level of application as well. Cool. And then so on a gate, we've got threshold, which is basically at what level do you want our gate to be activated or switched off. Cool. And then we've got our attack. How quickly do you want the gate to basically close? We've got hold, which is basically if the signal has gone below our gate level, how quickly do you want that gate to close? Sometimes you want the gate to close slowly so that it sounds a bit natural than just on and off. Cool. And then we've got decay, which is basically once our level is once our gate is closing, how quickly do you want that level to be taken down of the actual signal? And then we have our range, which is basically if the signal is below our threshold of the gate, how much lower do you want it to be taken down? So that is the range as well. Cool. So that is basically it on this particular baby, a gate. So this was basically me just looking at compressors and gates. And this also, you can even also call it an expander as well. You know, so we're basically just looking at compressors and gates, just looking at where it all came from the analog domain. And now we have all of these things now inside a mixer. And before, digital mixers were very, very behind, but now more and more digital mixers, their gates and their compressors, they are more and more sounding natural, sounding beautiful, because before, actual different companies were manufacturing these things, and other companies were manufacturing the compressors. They were so basically different. Before, different companies were manufacturing these particular signal processors, and other companies were manufacturing some of the top mixers in the world. So it made people specialize in basically creating different parts of the workflow, which meant that there was such an amazing cohesion between different products to have an amazing result. But then when we moved to digital, basically a mixer manufacturer also had to basically make simulations of how these compressors work and the gates work in their mixers. Before, it was not as great. Now it is amazing. And now we are basically entering into a place where now we are seeing other companies create amazing plugins, and now we are seeing it is basically becoming easier and easier to connect some amazing plugins made by different companies with like different digital mixers, so that it all works together. So now we are basically in a season or in a time where digital mixers and digital systems are now becoming as amazing, as great as the analog stuff. But I'll continue to say is great, because if you work with the analog stuff, you hear that they just have a certain texture to them, which is what analog things do. They add a certain texture. Because I remember for me personally, it's like every time with like digital stuff, I'll be trying to get a certain texture and color just by plugging something in, or just by switching on a compressor in the signal chain before doing anything, and it was very difficult to get that color. But now it is becoming better and better. So I think for today, that's it. That is me talking about compressors and gates. And in conclusion, compressors, they manage our dynamic range, and gates basically processors we use to basically set that, okay, cool, if a signal is below this level, I don't want any signal to pass through from this channel. And it is great basically to minimize noise and also to minimize feedback also for live sound. So in that, thank you very much for watching. Looking forward to see you in the next class. Thank you. Bye. Hi guys, how you doing? Today I want to talk about wireless systems used in live sound. Now, one of the key questions is, why do we even use wireless systems in live sound? So basically, wireless systems help in mobility, flexibility. What I mean by that is, the moment you're using a wireless system, you can move around, cables don't have to restrict you, and you can also even go in and engage with the audience, especially for speakers, even in house of worship. If someone is preaching or speaking, you know, it just gives that extra flexibility and mobility as well. And also it even reduces the amount of actual cables you also have to basically plug in. So again, I am recording this at Gear House, South Africa, in the audio department. So I went and I picked in the warehouse, somewhere deep, you know, some of the systems that we used to use like a long time ago, which is basically analog wireless systems. So this year, so with wireless systems, we have, we use them for microphones, and we also use them for monitoring, which is what we call in-ears. So that's like the most common use, although there are many other uses where, for example, there are other systems where you can actually even send an audio signal to a whole speaker cluster in basically scenarios where your delay, where it is, there is no ability to actually run a cable to plug in that sound system. So there are also wireless systems specifically designed for basically distributing sound for speaker systems as well. So here we're going to look at some wireless systems, and here specifically I want you to look at this particular analog in-ear system. So this particular one, with this one, it had no digital panel to see what frequency you're using. It had a place where you put a screwdriver and you basically switch. You basically switch through the numbers. So here there's like number 1 up to number 9, and then there's letters A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So basically you have to tune it, and then where you tune it, if it is number 1 there on the transmitter, because this is an in-ear system, this is the transmitter, you then have to come to the baud pack, and then basically also you have to use a screwdriver and also tune it to that same number 1, so that these two systems would be able to communicate. And as technology advanced, we now had these digital systems, which is also an in-ear system. And these in-ear systems, we mainly use them for singers, performers, or even MCs. Even me right now, as I am recording this, I am listening to my mic whilst I am recording this so that I can monitor. And then the mic that I'm also using is also wireless, so that I can be mobile and flexible. It is a lapel mic that I'm wearing right now. Cool. But what I'm using is a digital system, so I can see what frequency is my mic on. And I can also scan. If I have interference, I can also scan to find free frequencies in the area that I'm in. But that was not possible before. When we were using the analog wireless systems, things were very hard. You kind of had to switch through all those channels, until you find the one that is free in the area that you're in, and then you basically use that one. But now with the digital systems, now they have the ability to actually scan all the frequencies, which makes it very quicker and easier to set up the digital systems. And also we in the digital systems as well, there are also softwares. One of the softwares is called Workbench, which is able to basically scan all the frequencies available, and then you can put in the different types of mics and different types of systems that you have with the wireless in-ears, the different systems that you have, and then it gives you now the frequencies that you can deploy. And then for those systems that are advanced enough to be controlled by that software, those systems can also basically take the frequencies from that software, which again, with the digital wireless systems, it really makes it very convenient setting up wireless systems, because one of the biggest challenges of wireless systems is basically interference. So the move from the analog wireless systems to the digital wireless systems has helped a great way to basically have the scanning of these frequencies easier in like different areas. So this is these are wireless systems for in-ears, and now these are wireless systems for like microphones. Cool. So for in-ears, these are transmitters, and then the actual in-ear baud pack are the receivers. For wireless microphones, the mics themselves, they are transmitters, and these here are the receivers. And so we also call them RX and TX. So RX are the receivers, TX are the transmitters. So anytime you hear those words RX and TX, so the easiest way to even remember it, you just know RX is receiver, TX, the T is for transmitter. In the RX, the R is for receiver. Cool. So these ones, now we're looking at wireless systems for microphones. So this is the transmitter, these are the receivers, And again, you will see we have different types of receivers. And again, the more expensive your wireless system is the more stable and durable your wireless system is. And they are like basic rules as well when you're setting up wireless systems. You always want your wireless systems to have direct line of sight. You know, that in itself, when you basically observe that principle, you are less likely to have interference issues. But also there's also something you need to know. So because this system, there is communication wirelessly, we use antennas which are basically, so we've got different antennas. This one is a rubber antenna, this one is a pedal antenna. So again, there's also different types of antennas, but for now, for the sake of this, I'm just going to cover the most commonly used antennas, which are like stubbies or rubber antennas. Some are long, some are short. And it is also very, very important when you've got a system, before you even just plug in an antenna because it just fits, it's also very good to actually see what is the frequency range of the antenna. Like this one, the frequency range is 750 to 822 megahertz. And then this receiver also has on it the frequency range that it also uses. Sometimes it is written in the front, and sometimes you also see it is written in the back. In this particular one, it is from 782 to 806 megahertz. So once you check the frequencies on the actual antenna and the actual receiver, you know, then can you use it? Because sometimes some of the challenges I've seen working across Africa is someone will have a receiver and the antenna, it is not matched. And again, between these antennas as well, using a rubber antenna as compared to using a pedal antenna, there are advantages. A rubber antenna, it is very small, highly portable, and this usually comes with the wireless system when you buy it. The pedals now, they've got a greater range and they are also directional, and they are more pricey, but they give you better quality in terms of reception on wireless systems. And the pedal systems, they usually come with what we call distribution systems. So like, for example, this is a distribution system for sure. So basically would basically use this. So all the wireless systems, they plug into this to this system, and this system has this was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this system has got like five ports, so 5 different systems can be plugged into here. And also some systems give you an option to also cascade to another receiver. So these antenna distribution systems, they help increase the range by basically all the wireless systems get plugged into this antenna distribution system, and then our pedal gets plugged into that system. So easily now you can have 20 microphones, you know, they are just all connected, and these pedals, which work much better, which is a better system, is connected to that, which then gives you more stable results in terms of wireless systems. And then again, it is also good to also notice that with these antenna systems, this one, it's a passive pedal. This one, it's an active pedal. It's an active pedal because it is this particular electronic unit here, and then when you plug in a BNC cable, you actually see a light come up. And then in it as well, it has an option to have a 3 dB sensitivity or plus 10 dB sensitivity. So you can make this pedal more sensitive or less sensitive. And sometimes deciding on that is more to do with the range between the actual microphones and where the receivers are. And but whenever in doubt, the key thing is to start with the 3 dB and not to start with the 10 dB, because sometimes you can overload the RF on the actual receivers as well, which is something that is very good to avoid, because your receivers will be very, very sensitive, and it can really cause some interference noises as well. So really, I think with the wireless system that I have here, I think that's really it. I think that is really it. So some of the basic things when you are setting up these wireless systems is before you even go into the software, like for example Workbench or something, just make sure that the cables that you are using, the basic cables that you are using, they are all connected properly. The rubber antennas, if you're using rubber antennas, make sure that it is the right frequency on the right receiver. If you are using a distribution system, make sure that the pedals, they are covering the frequency that your mics are using or your in-ear wireless system is using. Just make sure again the distribution amp system again also covers the same range that you also want to also cover, because some of the biggest challenges with wireless systems in live sound is the mismatch of what a particular antenna or distribution system, what frequency it covers, and then the frequency that the actual receiver is also covering. And sometimes these mics, they may all look the same, it's the same model, made the same year, but the frequencies that it actually uses can be different, because the different regions from Africa, Europe, America, Asia, some regions use different frequencies based on their based on their location, based on what frequencies are allowed to be used. So that now makes manufacturers make the same receiver or the same transmitter but using different frequencies. So this is why you must never take for granted just like, okay, cool, this antenna can literally go anywhere. So that's really one key thing. And also do a basic scan, you know, just in case you need to do sound check. Right now, you might need to do any checks earlier. Do a basic scan using the front panel of your wireless unit. And then after that, when you've got a basic working system, then work on your workbench. You know, because I've got an example where I was doing this one particular event in Nigeria. We had about 18 microphones for that particular show, and the following morning we had sound check very early. So now when we were making our preparations, my team was just getting ready to basically do the scan with Workbench, but I saw that it was really getting late. It was really a long day. I was like, okay, it was really a long day. So I said to the guys, okay guys, let's just make sure that all the systems is working, antennas, everything is working, and let's just do a basic scan, because with that basic scan we are able to get through rehearsals. And then once we get through rehearsals, because we knew we had like more than a week of rehearsals, so after we go through rehearsals, then we'll use the software Workbench to really now again dig even deeper in terms of really finding the best frequencies to use for the show. And for me personally, in live sound, that kind of workflow is very, very important, so that you're not waiting for the software to deploy frequencies before you can have a decent working system. You know, because before, coming from the analog systems, before we even had the software and had panels where we could search, we were able to basically have a very good show. So also just taking from those learnings and not taking software for granted, or like the scanning capability of like the digital wireless system for granted. We need to really use it, so that it helps in basically setting up things very quickly. So wireless systems, although they are amazing, sometimes you may need to get creative in how you deploy them. I'm going to give an example. One time I did an event in Mexico. So So the event was in a stadium called Azteca Stadium. So the client I was doing this event for, he had different talking positions. One position was on stage, which was like one side of the stadium, and then the other talking point was in the middle of the stadium. So because of, for that event, we were using pedals, and I could see that the distance now between where the stage was and where the pedals were, and also the second speaking position being in the center of the stadium, even after the center of the stadium, I saw that the distance was a bit long for me to really rely on the stability of the pedals. So what I then did was, at front of house, I had a second set of receivers set on the same frequency as the receivers on stage, so that when he moved onto the pitch, all I just did was I would switch to the receivers I had at front of house, because where you were speaking, the second position, and where I was at front of house was like a 20-meter distance at most. So in that way, having two receivers set on the same frequency would help me to basically switch between them depending on which position he was speaking from. Sometimes things like that get confusing for people, but I'll explain how it works. Now, another example was, I was doing this other event, and they wanted to basically have, as the person arrived in the building, they wanted him to speak. Cameras were on him, and we needed to hear audio from one of the interviewing mics. So the cameras we're using, we didn't have the capability to plug in audio through them. So what I did for that was, at the entrance of the building with a receiver there, so that when someone is speaking on that particular mic there, interviewing the person who was coming in, we're able to hear them inside the venue. And then by the moment they then got inside the venue, the same mic with the second set of receivers, which was also tuned on the same frequency as the one outside, so that when they get inside the venue, they still could use the same mic, and all I could do was just switch to the other receiver inside the church. So sometimes things can get confusing, right? Where people think if we set things on the same frequency, we're going to have interference. And it is knowing what can you make the same frequency and you don't get interference, and what you should not make the same frequency that causes interference. So as I said earlier, in wireless systems, we have transmitters and we have receivers. Okay, so transmitters transmitting a frequency, we can only set one transmitter in a certain frequency. We cannot set more transmitters on the same frequency, because those transmitters are going to have interference. It's basically like having multiple radio channels using the same frequency, or having different TV channels using the same frequency. You know, the reason why we can tune between different radio channels or between different TV channels is because they are being transmitted on different frequencies. But receivers, we can set as many receivers as we want to the same frequency. The same way many people can listen to the same radio channel, or can basically watch the same TV channel, because all you just have to do is to set your receiver to the signal being transmitted, and then you'll be able to watch it or see it. So it is the same thing. So with our in-ear systems, that means with in-ears, the transmitter are the units where you are plugging in the audio signal, and the receivers are what the musicians are using. So for example, if it is backing vocals, for example, I can choose to use one in-ear transmitter, and then use 3 broadbacks for the backing vocals, so that they can hear one mix, so that, you know, they also know how to balance themselves, their harmonies and everything. You can choose to do that in the event that I don't have enough transmitters. Okay, and then on the microphone side, because the mics are transmitters, it means we can set as many receivers as we want to that transmitter, given that we have, it is either we want to use the other receiver for redundancy, or we've got that scenario where we've got the same MC speaking in different venues and we want them to use the same mic. So basically that's it. It's just something to help to remove the confusion of not setting things at the same frequency. You can set things at the same frequency, but the only things you can set at the same frequency and you don't have interference are the receivers. The transmitters, you can only set one transmitter per frequency, because having any more transmitters transmitting on the same frequency will cause interference. And I think that's it for the wireless system. Thank you guys for watching. Looking forward to see you in the next class. Thank you. Bye for now. Hi guys, how you doing? So I am recording this from Gear, South Africa, in the audio department. So I'm just going to be doing like a series of these recordings, looking at like different gear. So today, the main thing I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about microphones. So I managed to pull some microphones from the warehouse. You know, I'm like, there is continuously events happening, mics going to different shows. So I was really like lucky to find a few mics in the cupboards to show you. So this is just going to help you just have an overview of the microphones used in live sound. And for those starting out, you know, it is going to be like a really good introduction, you know what, to microphones that we use in live sound. And also, if you've seen my other classes where I draw up the 3 blocks, input, processing, and output. This is part of the input stage. And we're going to look at the microphones that I have here. So I've kind of tried to lay them out with the way we also plug them in. For example, if we have a band playing, which is like the normal way we usually plug them into the mixer, like in that order, starting from the drums up to the lead vocal singer. So the first mic I just want us to look at is this Beta 52, Shure Beta 52. This particular mic is mostly used for the kick drum, you know, and also it is a large diaphragm mic. It is a large diaphragm dynamic mic. That's also something that you need to also know about microphones. We have dynamic mics and we have condenser mics. And the difference between the dynamic mics and the condenser mics is the condenser mics need 48 volts to be able to operate. So that is one key difference. So again, back to our Beta 52, this mic is most commonly used for the kick drum, but also because it is an amazing low frequency response, you can also find it being used for like a double bass in an orchestra, or like a cajon, you know, like places where you want to capture the low frequencies. I've used a mic like this even on like traditional drums as well. You know, when you've got like a percussion or traditional drum bass setup. So like for the drums that have the most low frequency, these are the kind of mics that I would use. A large diaphragm dynamic mic. So that's the Shure Beta 52. So there's also like some of the most key brands known in live sound. Shure is one of the key brands known in live sound. Other brands are also Sennheiser, AKG, DPA. I can continue to just go on and on, but that's just something that I just want to mention. But you'll see here, I've got mostly Shure microphone and a AKG mic. That's what I have here mostly, but so that you understand that you know what, this is not a brand-based thing about microphones, but I just want you to understand the overview of microphones. And in the end, the warehouse, there are different brands as well, but for the sake of this particular class, I've got mostly Shure microphones and also some AKGs. And Shure microphones in themselves, in the heritage of live sound, they've really come a long way supplying microphones for the live sound industry. And also, to some extent, other manufacturers in the industry, to to a great extent, they've kind of referenced them to this particular brand because it has been the most used of all the live events I've done in my career over the past 22 years. The Shure brand has been the brand I have used the most. Although I've used other brands and I love them and they work, this is like one of the most common brands. And as a live sound engineer, I would recommend, get your hands on some of them so that you can just have a taste of the history or the heritage of live sound. So again, back to our microphones. So we're starting with the Beta 52 large dynamic mic, mostly used for the kick drum and other low frequency instruments like African drums. Now I come to our Shure KSM 81. This particular condenser mic, so for this mic to operate, it needs 48 volts. This mic is great for hi-hats. And also something to take note about condenser mics is they are they capture detail of sound. They are very good in capturing intricacies of sound because of the way the mic works. It needs 48 volts. It needs power to operate. So which means now, because it uses that power, it makes it more sensitive. It is just the design of the particular mic. And in another class, I will actually basically just talk about the different types of mic and also how they are also designed. But for the sake of this is dynamic, does not need power to operate. This a condenser mic, needs power to operate, and condenser mics are very good in getting detail. So this particular one, a KSM 81, they also call them pencil mics as well because it kind of like long like this. We mostly use them for like hi-hats, we use them for like overheads. Very good on that application. This one here is a Shure KSM 137. So the key difference between these two condenser mics is this particular mic can handle very high sound pressure levels without distortion. That's also one thing with microphones as well. It's like depending on what is your actual application, the type of mic and also the sound pressure level that mic can also take also determines which mic you then pick for something. So for example, if I wanted to capture some African drums, for example, right, and I have the choice to choose between these two mics, and I'm doing and I know the proximity between my microphone and the African drums is a bit close. I know if I use this mic, I have to worry less about the gain on the mic on my mixer, and also worry less about also managing the what is the sensitivity of the actual mic. So these mics are very good under high sound pressure levels. But if I don't have the option, I know this mic will still deliver in that same scenario. So this mic, we can also use it exactly the same as this one for hi-hats, for overheads, for choirs. Like it's a good all-rounder mic for those kind of things. And then we've got this one here. It's called a Shure SM57. This is like one of the iconic microphones in live sound. We use this mic like for the snare, for the toms. It's really also like a general use, and it's a dynamic mic. This mic, one of the interesting thing I enjoy using this mic for is like if I'm doing an event and I've got a mass choir, like a choir of like 200 people, 300 people. When I have a mass choir, I like to have, and I know that choir is gonna do special chants in the show. I like having this mic somewhere in the choir so that I get some of the chants I get like a direct voice of the chants, so that if I want the chants to be more and more intelligible as compared to the choir mics, which are a bit further away from the choir, these mics are great for that because they have less of the proximity effect that other mics have. And proximity effect is basically when you sing closer to the mic, there's more low frequency as compared to when the mic is far away. So this particular mic has less of that proximity effect. So it is a great mic for guitars, for snare drum, for toms. It is basically a great mic for instruments. Cool. So this one is a Shure Beta 57. It is really an upgrade version or a different version of this one, and this is also a dynamic mic, and you can literally use it for all the same functions as this one also applies. And this one is a Shure Beta 56. So in principle, these mics are similar. The biggest difference is the mount. This you can easily just put it on a stand. It is really greatly designed to mic up like drums, percussion, whatever, because already when you put it on a stand, it is ready. You know, cool. It is also very easy to mount for that kind of application. Now I'm going to take you to a Beta 98. This is a condenser mic. Let me just move it from the clamp. This is just the clamp to mount it onto the drums or whatever instrument. So this is a Beta 98. This particular mic is a condenser mic, and it is great to use on like toms, on drums. It is great to use on toms. It's also great to use on like African drums, djembes, whatever, stuff like that. It is a great instrument mic, and it is a condenser, which means it is also very good in like capturing transients as compared to a dynamic mic. And this is now where, for example, this mic can work on a tom, this mic can work on a tom, and these two mics, although the back will work on toms, the color of the sound that they give you is different. For example, this can sound more and more transparent. This can sound more and more warm, you know, just based on the design. So, but it does not mean you cannot make this warmer or make this brighter, but they have biases. So just understanding that as well, that is how different sound engineers then pick different things for flavors. But as I've said, even in my other classes, as long as you understand the reference, like this particular mic was designed to do to make up toms, drums, traditional drums as well, based on the design and the application. It works for that. This mic as well was also designed to also work in those same applications. So it means, in principle, if you use them for that, you get amazing results. So that is one key thing that I always say. Before you talk about color or flavor, you must understand the principle behind the design of the microphone and the recommended application. Only when you understand that, you can start being creative on top of that. But it's very important to understand the basis of that. Now I'm going to come to this, to the other mic. This is a KSM32. This mic is a large diaphragm condenser mic. So this is like a smaller diaphragm condenser mic as compared to this one. So this one is a large diaphragm condenser mic. It is warm sounding. This mic is amazing on like choirs. You know, when you mic up choirs with it. This mic is also amazing when you miking up orchestras. You know, it's like your overhead mics. It's also great for like overheads for drums as well. It is really an amazing mic. Some people use this mic for a vocal in a studio, but in live sound, using this mic for the lead vocal does not really work because of how sensitive it is. That's why it is great to mic up the choir, because you are further away from the source. you know, and you want higher sensitivity to pick up the sound from the choir with also rejection. So because most of the times the choir sing into the mic, they don't need to hear themselves in the monitors, because it is a big challenge to use a condenser to mic up a group of 10 people or 20 people, or you've got like 10 of these and the group is like 50 or 60. It is very difficult to then send the signal from those mics into the monitors for the choir to hear themselves. Just trying that, you get to a place where you have feedback and you basically go to the same place where you have to take them down. But really, this is a great mic for the choir. It is a great mic for like overheads. It is a great mic if people are playing African drums to get the ambience. You know, so it's literally a great mic to get like ambience. You know, it's a very great mic for that. This one here, it is a Shure Beta 87. So this one is actually a Shure condenser mic. So this one sounds brighter and crispier as compared to a Shure Beta 58. Although both of them, they are good for vocals, but this one has a brighter bias as compared to this one. So again, depending with your application, sometimes I enjoy using these Shure Capsules Beta 87 on wireless mics because the vocal just cuts through very amazing. But any day I would take a Beta 58 capsule because it is it's basically one of the most versatile capsules you can literally use on anything. And this particular mic, its history or heritage comes from this mic here, which is a Shure SM58. This mic here, guys, the Shure SM58 has been in the game for the longest time. This, to some extent, is the reference of all vocal mics in the live sound engineering industry. You know, it's like the thing that you have to measure against. This has been the industry standard. Some of these mics, other people, they've had them for years upon years upon years upon years. You will drop it, you will step on it, you will drive on it, you will pick it up, it will still work. Shure SM58. So it is an amazing mic, great for vocals. I've even had people who have even stretched the uses of this particular mic, like even using it in a kick drum when they didn't have a Shure Beta 52. So it is really an amazing mic for vocals, very versatile, very rugged, and this is also a dynamic mic. And now I'm going to take you to a D112 AKG. This is an amazing mic, and I've got like history with this mic. I remember 22 years ago, or like I think it is more like 20 years ago, the company I used to work for, we had a lot of this. This is a large diaphragm dynamic mic, which is the same as the Beta 52. So basically, it works for the kick drum. You can also use it for the double bass. Basically, for all those instruments that have a low frequency response on them, you know, that have those that basically produce those low frequencies. This is like a great mic to basically capture that. And there is something about capsules, right? You see that the bigger the capsule of a mic, it is the more it also captures low frequencies, or it is more that it is warmer. The smaller the capsule, it is the less it captures the low frequencies. You see that with designs. But basically now, with technology and design, systems are becoming more and more efficient than that. Even on a smaller capsule, you are still able, a mic is still able to reproduce those lower frequencies. But in principle, it is basically the larger diaphragm mics are more for the low frequency producing instruments, and then the smaller the smaller capsule ones, are the ones for the for basically instruments or things that produce frequencies that are a bit higher. Although you are still able to get results with a mic like this, but this will be more efficient. And in live sound, sometimes the key thing is about efficiency. Any mic can be able to do the same job, but some mics are more efficient than others. So that's it with the AKG D112. This is a legendary mic. Now I'm going to talk to you about AKG C586. So this is a condenser mic. So this particular one, it is great to use to get like ambient sounds. It is basically great for that. So for example, in live sound, this is the mic that you use to record the crowd. This is the mic that you also use to basically capture the crowd, to send that feed to in-ears when a band is performing with in-ears, so that they feel connected with the audience. So this here now is a Beta 98H. So in principle, the capsules are the same. This is a Beta 98 AMP. This is Beta 98H. So the capsule is the same, but it's just the mounts on them are different. So this particular one, because of the design and the flexibility, it is great for things like saxophones. Sometimes this also, you can also use it on like violins, because the mic itself and its frequency response is very vast. So it can really, as long as you can find a way to clip it on any instrument, you'll be able to get enough signal and a very good frequency response. So it is a great instrument mic. Cool. And then we're gonna look at so this particular mic, right? It is a wireless mic. So basically, for this mic to work, on the other side, it is a receiver. So this mic transmits wirelessly, and then there's a receiver that then receives that signal, and then you plug that receiver into the mixer. So basically, with most professional microphones, if not all, you have the ability to also change the capsules that are actually on the microphone as well, which is really, really amazing. So for example, this is a Shure microphone transmitter, but there's a universal standard of how capsules are made. So here you can put an AKG capsule, you can put a Sennheiser capsule, you can put a Philips capsule, and there's just a multi array of basically capsules that you can use depending on the sound that you are actually looking for yourself. So I just wanted you to just know that about wireless microphones. And then we've got this baby here. It's a Beta 181, Shure Beta 181. It is a condenser mic. So sometimes you can check with the mics. These are all condenser mics. This is also a condenser mic. Sometimes the one that you choose to use is basically based on your application. Do you want to be discreet? So sometimes you can take a smaller profile microphone. And these mics, all of them, they are really great almost on any application the other one can do, But this particular one is this advantage of you can just change. Also, you have the ability to change the capsules on it. This one is a cardioid capsule. You can get an omnidirectional capsule depending with the application. So it is a great versatile microphone. So I think for today about microphones, that's it. So I just want you to take home these few things. We have two types of microphones. two main types of microphones in live sound, which are dynamic mics and condenser mics. And again, with those two types of microphones, we've got large diaphragm mics and small diaphragm mics. And that also goes for the dynamic mics and also for the condenser mics. Large diaphragm, smaller diaphragm. And basically, the larger the diaphragm is, the more warmer the sound from that microphone is compared to the other mic when you just plug them in. And the key thing with live sound is basically almost any mic can work anywhere, right? But the key thing now is finding the most efficient mic to use for the application to get the desired results. And one way you can really find that is like any microphone you find. If you go to the manufacturer website, they will recommend what are the applications for that particular mic. And if you work with those recommendations as your basic underlying thing, it means that you're going to get desirable results with the least effort. But if you try to just be creative without that information, it might be a lot of hits and misses. I'm gonna tell you something interesting. So there was this one particular client of mine. So they had a wireless mic. Their particular capsule. So the capsule here is a KSM9, which is a condenser capsule. So for these wireless mics, you can also get a capsule that is a Shure Beta 58 or Shure SM58. So for this particular client, when he speaks, you would hold the mic like this. You would hold the mic like this when he's speaking. So then his voice tended to be a bit thinner. But they wanted his voice to be bigger. So I said, guys, okay, let's change the capsule from a KSM9 to a Beta 58 capsule. And when we just changed the capsules, still leaving the same EQ on the mixers, the voice sounded bigger and warmer. So sometimes some of the challenges that different sound engineers have at different levels in live sound is less to do with the EQing on the mixer, but more to do with really finding the right microphone with the right frequency response for the application you have, and also for the scenario that you have. And in that, I end this class today about microphones. Looking forward to be with you again for the future classes. Thank you very much. Bye for now. Hi guys, how you doing? Today I'm going to talk about some of the most commonly used cables in live sound. So some of the key cables used in live sound, we've got balanced and unbalanced cables, and then we've got our speaker cables as well. So the key difference between a balanced signal cable and an unbalanced signal cable has to do with how they handle noise over long distances. So just by the nature of balanced cables, you are able to run a balanced cable up to 100 meters. And then by the nature of unbalanced cables, you can only really run them maximum 6 meters. So the key things now that we're going to look at is a balanced cable. The way it is designed, it is 3 cables inside it. So it has a positive, it has a negative, and it has a ground. And the technology it uses to basically have a high level of noise rejection is there's a system called common mode rejection, which is basically the system used in mixers or sound devices, which basically checks what is the signal on the positive line of the balance cable, what is the signal on the negative line of the balance cable, and then it checks what is the common noise there and what is the common signal there, and then the common noise then gets suppressed. And then the higher common mode rejection the system has, be it a preamp or a a sound device or a sound interface basically determines the quality of the sound of that particular device. So basically the key thing to understand is balanced cables, you can run them over long distances, and unbalanced cables, you cannot run them over long distances. They are only meant for short distances, which is their maximum distance to run in unbalanced cable is only 6 meters. So the most common balanced cables we have are microphone cables, which is this one here, which you call which you call an XLR to XLR cable. But then now you also see we also get to have different flavors or varieties of these balanced cables. So this is an XLR to XLR balanced cable. This is a jack to jack, which also works as a balanced cable because it is a tip, a ring, and a sleeve. So it can work as a balanced cable. And then sometimes this same cable, which works as a balanced cable, it can also be used as a stereo cable as well. You know, and this is something interesting with cables. What the cable is used for, you know, can also determine what you actually call the cable, you know. But this cable is basically a 3-pin jack to jack with a tip, ring, and a sleeve. And the tip, if it is used in a balanced cable scenario, the tip is positive, the ring is negative, the sleeve is the ground. If it is used in a stereo scenario, the tip is left, the ring is right, and the sleeve is ground. So, and sometimes when people use the cables in a wrong way, it actually even affects the sound quality that you actually have from a device, you know, in your application. So it's really, really very, very important, you know, for you to always check whenever you plug in cables, you know, what is your output? Is it a balanced output? Is it an unbalanced output? And where are you taking that signal? Is it a balanced input? Is it an unbalanced input? And then also, is it a stereo input or is it a mono input? Because if you mismatch those things, it can really degrade the quality of your sound. So the key thing is we've got microphone cables, cool. We have jack-to-jack cables, which most of them commonly we use them as unbalanced cables. We use them on like guitars, keyboards, other different instruments that have jacks. And then you also see there are also mini jack cables, which we mostly use on like computer outputs or like other devices made for consumer level as well. We also have RCA cables. These RCA cables, these are unbalanced cables. In unbalanced cables, basically just have the signal on the tip and then ground. So it only has 2 cables. Which is basically the common thing in terms of the differences between the balance and the unbalanced. Balance has got 3 cables inside it, and unbalanced cable only has 2 cables inside it, which is basically for an unbalanced cable, it is basically the signal and the ground. For balanced cables, it is positive, negative, and the ground. Cool. So in RCA cables, mostly we use them on like DJ kits, and also you also find we also use them on like, it could be gaming machines. Really, most consumer devices use RCA. Cool. And when you look at XLR cables, right, which is this balanced cable, you also find we've got these cables that we call mounts. And basically a mount, you know what, it is basically just multiple XLRs in one cable. Because sometimes, for example, you may need to plug in 20 of these cables from one point to the other. So instead of running 20 of these single cables, you then have these cables, which is a mount, which has multiple cables inside it. So this particular one, we'll call it a tail-to-tail mount. And then again, we also have different applications as well where you find the same balance cable but in a different type housing. So this particular box that I'm holding, it is called a stage box, and the connector it has here, it is called a Harting connector. But you also see we have various multi-pin connectors. You see this also a multi-pin connector, and these multi-pin connectors, in essence, the whole key thing is really avoiding connecting 20 XLRs or 16 XLRs to extend something. But the whole key thing is in the signal domain, most places where you see a multi-pin, it is being used to really transport balanced audio. So there will be a positive, there will be a negative, and there will be a ground. That is one thing to understand when you basically find yourself using multi-pins. If you need to fix one or something is not working, it's just being able to trace that. And also being able to know when there's a fault and the channel is not working, being able to identify on the multi-cable if it has 16 pins, 20 pins, whatever, which one is the channel. But as long as you understand that every balance cable uses 3 cables, if it is a mount and something is fault, when you look in there, there should be something that when you're actually counting the numbers or looking at the numbers, because usually if you open this, when you're looking at the multi-pin, it actually has numbers on it, so which makes it very easy to identify, so that you don't get overwhelmed. Because most of the times, overwhelming comes when you look at something, you're like, oh my goodness, there's just so many pins. What is happening here? But in essence, this particular box, it is a 12-way box. So which means it is a 12-way, which means it is literally 12 XLRs. But it is just 12 XLRs or 12 mic cables just put in a housing that looks different like this. But this housing is perfect for the uses on stage, where you just need a box to drop off at a certain place. It could be like by drums, and then you've got single XLRs coming from the drums, plugging into the actual box. Cool. So we talked about our jack-to-jacks. Most of the times they are unbalanced. Cool. And then let me look at what other cables I have here. So I've got that jack-to-jack, the one that I said is balanced. We spoke about that one. We spoke about the RCA. There are also these other version cables that we also use. So for example, this is a female to female XLR. We call them gender benders. This is a female to female. This is a male to male gender bender, because sometimes you could be needing a balanced jack to male XLR, but the one that you have is a female XLR. So when you get a gender bender, you basically then make this balanced jack into a balanced XLR. So gender benders are very, very convenient cables to just have around. So we've got gender benders. So these cables, we've got jack to, this is a balanced jack to female XLR, and I've got also, now this one is an unbalanced jack to a female XLR. So these two cables may look the same, but they are not the same. This is unbalanced, this is balanced. So this balanced because we see a tip, we see a ring, we see a sleeve. This is unbalanced because we only see a tip and a sleeve. So which means wherever you use this cable, make sure that there is no more extension more than 6 meters, because you're gonna get noises and hums and all of those problems. But this one is gonna be great. It's gonna work very well because it is balanced. So just knowing these differences, they will help you a long way in live sound, because a simple noise, a simple hum, a simple buzz can waste you hours on site, just trying to figure out what is going on when no one really mentions that a particular point in a balance cable was used. So this is an unbalanced cable to male XLR, which is basically the same as the other one. Cool. Now I'm just gonna talk about. Oh, cool. So also in live sound now, one cable that is becoming more and more common is network cables. So network cables, now we use them a lot in digital mixers. Like for example, on Dante systems, like Yamaha uses Dante systems, this particular cable carries like 64 channels, and also Digico also uses Cat5 cables as well to connect to their stage box. So these network cables, some are Cat5, some are Cat6, some are Cat7, some are Cat8. This particular one is a Cat8 cable, and I use this in my workflow to basically transport audio between my different devices. So the higher Cat it is, so Cat5, Cat6, Cat7, Cat8, the higher Cat it is the better quality the actual cable, and it is also the more data the actual cable can transport per second as well. Cool. So I'm gonna get to speaker cables. So speaker cables, there are different types of speaker cables. This one is called a Speakon. This one is called an EP4, and I can tell you there's different types of speaker cables. So the one that we are going to talk about now is the most common speaker cable you'll find, which is a Speakon. A Speakon, inside it, some are 2-core, some are 4-core, but basically speakers use only 2 cables. So when a Speakon cable is 4-core and all those cores are being used, it is because a particular speaker is using +1 and -1 for the tops, and +2 -2 for the lows, depending with the actual design of that particular system. And so they're basically different core Speakon cables. So this particular one, I just took it from the shelf, and again, I am recording this at Gearhouse, South Africa, in the audio department. I just took it from the shelf. These particular EP4 cables were designed for where the application of this particular speaker cable is for speaker monitors called Clay monitors. This is the system that they use. Yeah, but in principle, it actually does the same thing. And the key thing with speaker cables is really knowing if you are making this cable, because sometimes people make the mistake of reversing the polarity when the cable is saying +1 -1 is for the sub. They then put it on the +2 -2. So you need to really know when you are wiring a speaker cable, where is what supposed to go, so that the right amplifier is driving the right speakers. And then again, you must also make sure that you do not put the positive on the negative and the negative on the positive, because that again you cause phasing issues. In a way, you're actually what you're doing is actually better to basically switch off another speaker, because when you've got 2 speakers on and one is out of phase of the other one, it means when the other one is playing in a positive phase, the other one is playing in a negative phase, and that phasing is basically saying +1 -1, you end up ending with like 0 sound, But in real life, it won't be 0 sound, is like exact, but there will be a major reduction on the audio that you are actually perceiving. Yeah, cool. So I think this is it on like cabling, and basically all I just did was just cover the most common basic cables used, and the key takeaways is just to understand that we've got balance cables, which are basically good to run like very long distances, and the maximum is 100 meters. And then we've got unbalanced cables, which are great for short runs, and the maximum distance is 6 meters. And the unbalanced cables, we mainly use them for instruments that are like guitars, keyboards, whatever. And one of the key reasons why we've got balanced cables and unbalanced cables is because of also cost as well. You know, in live sound, we use a lot of cables. So now, if we don't really need to use a balanced cable, it is cost effective to use an unbalanced cable. So that's why we've got these two types of cables. But you need to be very careful where you apply them, because if you don't apply them in the right way, you end up having noise problems, harm problems, and all of those things. And then network cables as well, they also have a maximum distance, and recommended maximum distance is really 100 meters. And it is always a big recommendation that make sure that your cable is not 100 meters. Make it like maybe 90 meters, 80 meters, so that if you have any other jumps that you're using to extend to plug into a device, you don't end up having problems where you're losing network and you are losing packets. In sound, for example, if your network cable is not working properly, you end up having clicks, or the audio cuts off momentarily and comes back. So that is with the networking things. And then again, you will see that there are different multi-pin connectors used in live sound. You know, and the key thing, if you ever find yourself working with them and you've got problems, it's always good to just take a step back, really take a look at what are the numbers inside, because one thing in live sound or in sound engineering, you know, like numbering is very, very key. Labeling is very, very key. So when you really take a moment to look at something, you will see there's always labeling that you can read if you need to fix a cable, make a cable, or you want to make a connection. So guys, thank you very much. It's been amazing. I am looking forward to see you in the next class. Thank you very much. Bye for now. Hi, Mark. It's good to have you again. I know we've done this interview before, and then I found that I had no recording. So thank you very much for taking the time to come through again today, so that we can just have a conversation around sound engineering. You know, and for me, it is such an honor to be speaking to a Grammy Award winning sound engineer, and also nominated as well. You know, so it is really truly an honor. And for me, as I'm talking to you today, you know, I just hope I'll be able to get some nuggets to also inspire other sound engineers across Africa to desire to basically, in the sound engineering space, desire to have higher standards on themselves, and also to pursue excellence. And I believe you are also one of the best people in the world that some people can be able to also learn from, because you've been at this for a while, and I believe you still continue to be at this for a while based on your track record. Yeah. So thank you for coming through today.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Cool. So basically, this goes out to my podcast called Backstage Africa, and to just set the stage, I just like to know a bit about your background. So I just want to know a bit about your upbringing, and how you kind of in a way became interested in music and sound engineering.
All right. I grew up very close to Africa, right on the other side of the Mediterranean in southern Italy, and in a region called Puglia, which is kind of across, it's the heel of the boot. It's kind of across from Montenegro, Albania, and Greece. And in this region, which has not a lot of didn't have a lot of music and a lot going on for itself, I opened my first recording studio when I was 17 years old, after doing an internship in a recording studio where I was going to as a client, both as a musician and as a producer. And I opened this recording studio, and the scene this was in the 90s. The scene then was mostly punk hardcore in southern Italy. So I recorded a lot of punk hardcore bands, cut my teeth on that. And after about 2 or 3 years, I felt like I had hit the glass ceiling, and there was nowhere else for me to go. And so I decided.
And also, just before on your first studio when you were 17, what kind of gear did you have in there?
So I had bought an analog console from the studio where I did my internship because they wanted to upgrade their console. So that was kind of the spark that lit the fire for me, because when they said, the owner of that studio said, well, you know, I'm selling this big console. It's 32 channels. It's about 6 feet long, which is about 2 meters long. If you know anyone, let me know, he said. And I thought to myself, why would I know anyone that has that kind of space or that kind of money for a console that big? And I just kind of, you know, set the thought aside. I didn't think about it. And at night that evening, I thought, I'm going to do it. I'm going to buy that console. I'm going to be the guy.
Yeah.
And that has set me down that path because, you know, that was my first console. Then I built a studio around the console. I built a studio with a live room and one ISO booth for vocals. And that's how it, and I built it in the basement of my parents' house. So they were very supportive. I had very supportive parents that helped me in my dream, which then became my career. They understood I was serious about it.
Yeah. So what kind of mic did you have coupled with this console? Or some of your very, very first mics?
Oh, I barely remember. I think I had you know, an AKG, maybe it was called C3000, which was a condenser mic.
I know. I know that. I know that one. Yeah.
Then of course I had a bunch of Shure microphones. I think I had a AKG D190. I had very basic microphones, nothing fancy. I didn't have any money, so I didn't have any fancy Neumanns or, you know, fancy condensers or I didn't have any tube mics. I just started small. The biggest thing I had was the console, and I built the studio around the console. And at that time, it was still all analog. This was before Pro Tools, so I was recording to tape, reel to reel. Yeah, that was my beginning.
Yeah, and also just to backtrack just a little bit, right? I just want to know, like, how did you know, like, you know what, I'm gonna do this sound engineering thing? Like, was it like straight out of school? You were like hammering on it. What were some of the things that sparked that interest?
That's a good question. I actually came from it from being a musician. I wasn't a very good musician, but I was studying piano. And I was playing in different bands. I was playing keyboards in various bands. And I was always the geek and the nerdy guy that wanted to record the rehearsals. So I bought a very old mixer, like a 16-channel mixer. And I bought a couple of mics just to record the rehearsals. And then at the time, I was taking the output of the mixer and sending it to a tape deck. And then I had 2 tape decks. So I took the output of that tape deck and fed it back into the mixer so I could do a vocal overdub and record the output of the mixer into a second tape deck. So it was very rudimentary, very lo-fi, very non-professional. My next step up as a musician, still not as an audio engineer, was to buy a 4-track cassette tape recorder. It was made by Fostex. It was called X26, and it allowed you to record 4 different tracks on a small cassette tape. And that was all. At this point, I was not taking it seriously yet. It was a hobby, but it wasn't like I had not figured out that I was going to be an engineer. I was just playing around, recording the rehearsals, being a musician and having fun.
And how old were you then? So this is like 16, 17.
Exactly. I was 16 at the time. The serious turn happened when I turned 17 and I was offered this console. And at this point, that was a serious turn. That's when I was like, yeah, I'm going to do this and build a studio around it.
Yeah. So you built the studio, and then after a while, you then moved to New York. What then informed that move?
As I mentioned earlier, after 2 or 3 years of recording punk hardcore bands, I felt like I hit the glass ceiling. I felt like there was nothing more I could do down in southern Italy because everything was the same. It was all punk hardcore. There was no other genres. It was all kind of the same level. And so I decided originally, I didn't think I was going to move to New York. I wanted to go to New York to do an internship to learn how other genres are recorded, to, you know, widen my horizon, so to speak. And my intention was to return to Europe and maybe move my recording studio either to Switzerland, which is where I was born, or to Northern Italy, because in Northern Italy there is a bigger scene and more bands and more genres and more diversity. That was my intention. And then, of course, I went to New York as a 20-year-old kid, and New York, you know, my mind exploded. And I was like, there's absolutely no reason to go back. I'm going to make this my new home. And it wasn't an immediate thing. You know, it was probably over the course of 6 months or a year, which is during the time I was doing this internship at Eastside Sound. Unpaid internship. I worked for free for 2 years without making any money. I had side jobs to sustain myself. I was doing some web design. This was the early, this were
Yes,
was
yeah.
late 90s, early 2000s was like, you know, when the internet was exploding. So I was making websites to sustain myself financially.
And you know, just on that, I think it is very key for some people also who try to come into the industry to understand the balance between pursuing the dream and also making money to also in a way earn a living to be able to survive, to kind of sustain the passion. Some people, they just like leave everything. They're like they're gonna pursue their dream, and then sometimes when it doesn't work out in the first few months, they kind of jump ship. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's you have to be smart about it. This is a very, very hard industry. It's not easy to make a living in this industry, and it's very hard to get started in the first place. So you kind of have to have a plan B. You kind of have to. I'm not saying you shouldn't believe in it. You have to believe in it. Without believing it, nothing happens, and you have to put in the work. The famous concept of the 10,000 hours is definitely true, but you have to go into it knowing that it's going to be a long uphill battle. You're going to be rowing against the current, and yeah, it's not easy. That's all I'll say. Now,
Yeah.
because it's not easy, I went there with two things. I went there with savings. I had saved up money so I had money in the bank just in case something went wrong.
Yeah.
And I understood that I was going to be making money as an unpaid intern. What I didn't realize is that my unpaid internship was going to be 2 years long. And it was, nobody said you're going to work for free for 2 years. It's just like you work, you put in the time, and you
Yeah.
wait for an opportunity. And my opportunity arrived 2 years later. It could have happened sooner. It could have also happened later. So, you know, I basically, after 2 years of working for free, I had this opportunity to work with Luther Vandross because the main audio engineer was sick. And he called me on the morning off and he said, "I'm sick. Can you take care of the session?" And so I did. And so I stepped up, and that was my first session as an audio engineer.
Luther Vandross. That is amazing. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that was
then
the first
yeah,
time I
and
got
then
paid, the first time I was in the engineer's chair rather than the assistant chair, you know.
yeah, you know, so now just looking at some of the artists that you have worked with over the years, what are some of the experiences you've had with them?
I mean, I've worked with a lot of artists, and
There
I've had
was one in particular that the last time I did an interview with you, you spoke about his work ethic. Like I actually forgot his name, but his ethic had a huge impact on you.
yeah, maybe we were talking about John Zorn. It's pop because he has an incredible work ethic. He does nothing but write music and record music. All, you know, he writes music every day, and we record probably on average one album every month. That's how much this guy works. He's in his 70s now. He's about to turn 70 in September, and he's been a huge influence on me because of how seriously he takes his work, how uncompromisingly he does everything. You know, he lets nothing and no one come between him and his music. His music is king, rules his life, and everything he does is around his music. And he never stops. You know, even when we work, he doesn't take breaks. He doesn't stop to eat. He doesn't stop to have a coffee. He doesn't stop to walk outside and breathe in fresh air. He just comes into the studio and walks out 8, 10, 12 hours later without a single break. So
Wow.
he has uncompromising work ethic that's very inspiring to everyone.
And then some of the other artists, if you can pick like maybe 3 or 4, that you worked with and some of the experiences you had.
Yeah, I mean, I worked with Lou Reed for 7 years. He was an amazing teacher in the sense of, you know, dedication and passion. He was very, very much into what he was doing, very detail oriented. I worked with Nick Cave, who was one of my heroes. I didn't work very much with him, but every time when I did work with him, it was always a fantastic experience. I worked with Tyshawn Sori, who is a very very multidisciplinary artist. He's a drummer. That's how I first met him. He's a composer. He's a conductor. So I worked with him in those various stages of his life. I worked him. I recorded him, you know, playing drums. I mixed shows where he was playing drums or playing the piano. He's also a piano player, a really good one. I sound designed big art installations where he was the conductor. So he has a very, very broad influence on the arts, and he was just nominated for a Pulitzer. So he's a
Oh wow.
he's a very, very serious cat that
Yeah.
you guys should check out if you don't know him already.
Okay, cool. So you work with different genres of music, types of music, and how do you yourself approach all of these different types of projects and still be able to maintain their uniqueness and not everything sound like the same thing?
This is how a big record collection. You know,
Got you. Yeah, I see that.
that's only vinyl, of course. You know, I grew up listening to cassettes, and then I bought CDs. I have about 5,000 CDs, and of course now with streaming, you know, you have like unlimited access to music, and you can listen to anything all the time. So that is really the key to being able to work across different genres, is understanding different genres. You cannot walk into a metal session if you've never heard a metal record. You know, you have to know the sounds that these artists are after or are trying to sound like. You have to understand the references. When they say, I want my guitar to sound like that, but I want the drums to sound like that, you have to know what they're talking about. The only way to know what they're talking about, and the only way to give them what they're looking for, is to have experience within the genre. So
Got you.
I work a lot in the worlds of rock, metal, jazz, and classical music. And those are the 4 genres that I also listen to at home. Those are the 4 genres that I understand and that I love. And I'm saying these as 4 genres, but obviously they're very wide. You know, they're
Yeah.
very wide genres that then include many subgenres. You know, there's so many subgenres of metal and so many subgenres of jazz, etc., etc. So all of those genres are genres I know the most. I don't, for example, I don't listen to hip hop, and so I don't do hip hop. So I don't really know the genre well enough to place myself in a session and give them what they want. You have to know your limitations. I'm not saying that I couldn't mix a hip hop record. You know, obviously, you know, mixing is different than recording. When you mix something, you know what things need to sound like and you make them sound good. So I could certainly mix a hip hop record, and I've done it. But I enjoy working with live musicians. I enjoy working with the organic magic that happens when people are in the same room. So most of what I do is ensemble recording. And by ensemble, I mean people playing together, whether it's a rock band jamming out, or whether it's a string ensemble playing chamber music, or whether it's a jazz quartet or a metal band. It's all ensemble recording to me.
Good. Can you speak a bit towards your experience at Eastside Sound, and a bit about that studio as well, and your roles and responsibilities there over
Yeah.
the years? Yeah.
So Eastside Sound, for those who don't know it, is the longest running recording studio in New York, together with Electric Lady, which was founded by Jimi Hendrix. Eastside Sound was founded by Lou Holtzman in 1972. So it's now more than 51 years old. It went on the books in 72. It was actually built around 68 or 69. And that is also the studio that I started at as an assistant, as an intern in 1999, when I went to New York for the first time for the internship that I was talking about previously. So when I arrived, I started as an intern, and I worked there as an intern, as I mentioned earlier, for 2 years unpaid, until that Luther Vandross session happened. And then from there, I started working as an assistant engineer and as an engineer. And I worked my way up. It was a long and steady rise to the role of chief audio engineer, which is the role I maintain today. For a long time, I've also managed the studio. I now stepped back from the managerial role. I still handle the bookings for the clients, but I basically primarily engineer. The studio was also acquired last year by a new owner, a Chilean film composer called Andres Pollack. And so we have new management. He hired a manager who was a previous intern, so that that shows you there's always ways. And I say that as an example of, you also have to find ways to make it work. So if you start as an intern and your aspiration is to become a record producer or an engineer, but along the way you're offered a job as a studio manager, that's still, it's not something to be bad, to feel bad about. It's still a job in the recording industry. So now we have a wonderful manager that started as an intern at Eastside Sound. So everyone that works at Eastside Sound has started as an intern. So me and the other two engineers that work there have all started as interns. The studio manager has started as an intern. So that's the way, that's the way the slow rise works in the recording industry.
100%. And you as well, as a freelance producer and engineer as well, you get to work in different studios around the world. What are some of the things that you look at, in the spaces, in the studios, or the gear, or what you prefer to work with?
Yeah, it depends on what I'm doing. It depends on when I'm going to another studio to record or to mix. If I'm going to record, the first thing I look for is what kind of console they have, because I prefer Neve consoles to record. And I also check what kind of layout the live room has. If there's ISO booths, how many ISO booths there are, how big they are. Those are the things that I look at based on the recording session that I need to do. Sometimes, like in the case of Nick Cave, I record everyone in the same room. In that case, we only had the drums isolated in a booth. Other times, with bigger artists like Macy Gray, or by bigger, I don't mean more famous, I mean bigger bands. I recorded in various booths. So I had the horns all in one booth, and I had the drums in a different booth, and I think we had the percussions in a different booth. Everything as separated as possible. It all depends. When I recorded U2, I had The Edge sitting next to me in the control room. I had Larry, I had drums and bass in the live room. I had horns in a booth, and I had Bono in another booth. So it all kind of changes from, but you have to look at the space to decide what works, and choose the space accordingly.
Got you. And you've been nominated 7 times. Projects that you've worked on, been nominated 7 times for the Grammys, and have won 3. What does that uh, recognition mean to you, and also how has that impacted your career as well?
I mean, it doesn't. Obviously, it's nice to have those nominations and those wins. It doesn't change the fact that I take everything seriously, and every job, whether it's big or small, I do with the same attention to detail and the same dedication and the same level of seriousness. So the only difference it makes is when you approach somebody, they have, because of those achievements, they tend to trust you, or trust that they tend to be more at ease, and that's really what it comes down to. If you're working with somebody and they know what you've achieved, they tend to understand that they're in good hands, and that they can trust you, and so it helps the level of trust. It's mostly that, really.
Yeah, and I've seen on your social channels, you go and watch a lot of bands, a lot of acts, you know.
Yeah.
And I've seen
Oh,
when my guy also did some research on you, he saw something about kite surfing and whatever other stuff, So just out of interest, these hobbies of yours, do they in a way contribute? Do you believe to the person that you are as a sound engineer?
well, kite surfing probably does not contribute to sound engineering in any way, although I do enjoy kite surfing a lot. Going to concerts most certainly does contribute to sound engineering, because it's part of the listening thing I was talking about earlier. You have to listen to a lot of things to be able to work in a lot of genres. So I go to a ton of concerts, usually 1 or 2 concerts every single night. And the reason I do that is, A, because I enjoy it. I love music, and I enjoy live music. I enjoy, like I was saying before, in this world of AI, where there's so much shit being peddled to us, and you don't know
Yes.
now already, but soon you're not going to know what's real and what's not. Live music is going to be the most real expression of artists, that remains the most authentic way to know if an artist can really deliver. I enjoy that now. I've enjoyed it in the pre-AI world, and I will enjoy it even more in the AI world. It will become even more important. So yeah, I enjoy going to concerts, and it helps me obtain a broader understanding of music as a whole. And so yes, it certainly does contribute a lot to being a sound engineer.
100%. And I think this is gonna be one of my last official questions. So you've had a long and successful career, and working with some of the biggest names. What would you say to someone, coming into the space? What would you advise them? What advice, recommendations, or words of wisdom would you give them?
Well, like I said earlier, have you have to enter this world knowing that it's a very, very hard uphill battle, and you have to be ready for that. You have to have the tools. By tools, I mean the knowledge, but also the dedication, the passion, and the willingness to put in the 10,000 hours, because without those 10,000 hours, you're not going to be as good as somebody that's put in the 10,000 hours. Um, it's a community, and you have to work within a community. And by community, I mean a community of engineers, but also community of artists. We're all part of the same artistic community. We all hopefully support each other. And it's very important to have that kind of. I'm friends with tons of engineers. It's not a competition, it's a community in which we serve the music. And it's important to do that. it's important to serve the music, but without getting too, philosophical. If you were talking about more down to earth, practical terms, I would say have a plan B and do everything you can to stick to plan A, because plan A is hard, and so plan B is there just in case. But plan A is requires a lot of time and a lot of dedication. But if you do it, and if you believe in yourself and you find a way to sustain yourself, then put in everything you got. Like Rick Rubin said in an interview I've heard, he's one of my heroes and inspirations. If you have to sustain yourself doing something, if in order to do your art, and by art you can be an artist, but in my case it's engineering, it's mixing, and that's also an art. If you have to do another job to do that, that's fine. The important thing is not how you make money. The important thing is that you get to do your art. And so focus on that, and then the rest will come.
100%. Thank you for that. It's been amazing having this interview with you. On my time, I'm on 2 minutes 47 seconds, counting down on our 30-minute interview. So we are like on time. I just want you to do a quick shout out to sound engineers across Africa. Just say hi to them from right now. You are in New York. Where are you right now?
Yeah, I'm in New York.
Okay, cool. Yeah, just pass greeting to sound engineers across Africa from New York. I would appreciate that.
Yeah, I actually know a few engineers in Africa because I've worked with a couple of African artists like Zoe Modiga. I don't know if you know her. She's fantastic.
Yes, I know her.
I mixed her last record, or the one before the last, and she actually won an African Music Award. I forget what the name of the award is, but in that award, I don't remember what it's called. It was I think it was before the pandemic or during or right after the pandemic. But anyway, in that African Music Awards, me and the other engineer that did the recording in Africa, we're very happy to be working together. So he did all the recording and I did all the mixing. So hello to all the engineers out there in Africa. I wish you all the best, and keep up the good work, and make sure you record the best way you can, the best way you have available, with whatever gear you have available. Just always do it as good as you can.
100%. And I think the last thing was you did sound for one of the Grammy Awards events this year. Can you just talk a little bit on that?
Yeah, this year and last year, and hopefully next year, I have mixed the Grammy premiere ceremony in Los Angeles. Well, this year in Los Angeles. Last year it was in Las Vegas. And it's basically the event where they give out all the Grammy Awards, all the categories that you don't see on TV are being awarded. And there's a live band, which is incredible, which is helmed, conducted, and arranged by Cheche Alara, who's an Argentinian composer, conductor, piano player. It's an incredible band that plays, has to learn 90 cues in a couple of days and play them, on a 4 count. And it's a pleasure for me to mix that band. It's a big band. It's 15 or 20 people, I forget, with horns and strings and like drums and percussion, everything. So mixing that band is so much fun, and they basically play after every one of the single awards. They play like 90 tunes very briefly, and so I'm mixing this band. I'm also mixing the microphones on stage of the people accepting the awards or being introduced. So it's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of work. It's very fast paced, but it's a great experience and really fun to do.
No, Beautiful. Thank you, Mark. I really appreciate you taking your time. I really look forward, different times whenever we find times and opportunities, we have conversations, even more focus on like different elements, But for today, Mark, I really appreciate. Thank you very much. May you enjoy the rest of your day. I think there's still morning over here now. It's like I'm just getting into my evening now. Yeah.
All
The
right.
end.
Yeah,
Just getting towards the end of my day. Yeah.
I have a mixing session in an hour, so I'm gonna go to the studio next.
Okay, cool. All the best. Thank you very much again. I thank you all the way here from South Africa, from Backstage Africa. Thank you, Mark.
Take care, guys. Thank you.
Cool,
Bye.
cool.